Yo,
Hello.
yo, what's going on, Grae? How's it going, man?
Good, good.
All
Finally finished
right.
my Stranger Paradise video. So I'm
All
kind
right,
of
that's
a
good.
little sleepy,
That's
but
good.
fine.
All right, we're back. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. We are back. Yo, hopefully you guys are having a good Saturday. We have Alec Baldwin's finger in the chat. Goblins unite with the blue balls and lost tails in the chat. Anyways, hope you guys are having a good day. Yep. Oh man. So I as you can tell, I watched The Little Mermaid in theaters early this morning, and I have a lot of things to say about it. But I was like, my initial thoughts were just like, okay, sure, whatever, right? But then after I came home and I rewatched the '89 Little Mermaid, I got I got super upset. I was like, what the fuck? But
Yeah,
Gray, were you able to watch it, or were you not
yeah.
able to watch it?
I did not get to watch this live action one, but I imagine I should be able to soon. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Then I watched the OG one. It's like it's becoming quite apparent to me that 2 hours and 30-minute live action movies are just too long. They're just it's like the animated ones, like they're usually just 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. It's like which is
Mhm,
the ideal length for like go for quality over quantity. You don't
mhm.
have, oh, this movie's like 5 hours long. It's like it's just gonna make it worse, in my opinion. It's like rarely does it work.
Yeah,
That's how I kind of feel right now.
but yeah, and we have the Beast. Yo, what's going on? We have him in the chat. Hope you're having a good Saturday. But yeah, so okay, before I actually go in and dive right into exactly how I felt and about the live action Little Mermaid, what did you think about the fact that I told you to you were able to rewatch it? What do you think about the original '89 Little Mermaid?
Yeah, it's actually great. It's like I don't even recall if I actually watched the entire thing. It's like I got the premise for sure, but I didn't
Mhm,
read. It's like I don't think I watched this in its entirety before. It's like it's actually it's like it's just a story, an entertaining story with the themes are sacrifice, hard work, and perseverance. Like, and that's all you need. That's all you don't need it to insert anything else. Like it's
mhm,
and you were right when you back then you told me it's like the Ariel song. It's like they the writers or the showrunners right now didn't understand the message. It's like they thought that Ariel was in it just solely for Eric, but it's not. If you listen to the lyric, it's not. It's like being able to inhabit the human world and being able to experience life to the fullest.
mhm,
And yeah, it's like I don't know what came out of the live action. I imagine it's what we all thought it would be. But
mhm.
yeah, it's like it overall it's really good. It's like it's 1 hour and a half. It's enough to tell that story and in a very substantial way, rather than stretching it for another hour. It's gonna end up having a lot of holes, a lot of loopholes, a lot of boring parts.
Mhm.
So yeah, overall, I'm sure it's a huge disappointment. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen it yet, but I will quite soon.
Yeah, so I believe the original movie that came out in '89 is I believe like an hour and 22 minutes, and the new one is 2 hours and 15 minutes. So it's basically almost an hour longer, and they even adding an hour longer, it feels like they left out a lot of really cool stuff that they had in the animated. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about the Little Mermaid. I bet I believe it's performing decent domestically. I heard internationally it's not doing so well. We're also gonna be talking. I guess our agenda for today. We're gonna be talking about what's it called again? Uh, the Flash stuff. I believe some Flash stuff came out. I believe She Hulk like Emmy nominations. There's a bunch of stuff that we're gonna be talking about. What's it called again? This live stream. And let's go and see who is currently in the chat. Yo, what is happening? Yo, what's going on? Gary Thomas. Hey, Dynamic Duo. I'll leave it up to you to decide which one of you is Batman and Robin. I will probably be I'll probably be Alfred. I'm more like the butler type. But just JK, yo, what's going on? Just JK, hope you're having a good day. Nagy's in the chat, yo, hope you're doing well. We got Roland, hope you're having a good day. And what's going on? Denny, hope you're having a good day as well. And yeah, it's if you actually go back and look at all of the live action, not live action, but the animated Disney movies, they're about an hour and 15 minutes to an hour 20 minutes, like usually
Yeah.
around. And if you look at all the other like OG animated ones, they're usually no more than an hour, maybe like 70 minutes. It's because it's catered towards kids, and kids have low attention span, a very short and low attention span, so they don't have enough time to actually like sit down and watch like a 3 hour movie or 2 hour and 15-minute movie. But yeah, yo, what's going on, Booming Bob? But yeah, before we get right into it, we have a sponsor today, and that sponsor is ourselves. So go ahead and check out our merch at T Public. Go ahead and get yourself a Project Eggroll t-shirt, and you can probably get a sticker or magnet or whatever you guys want. There's also a Let's Go Brandon, so you go ahead and check that out. Before we actually move forward, go ahead and like the video, share this video with all your friends, subscribe to the channel. We are almost at 2,000 subscribers and almost at 3,000 watch hours. So thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Hopefully you guys are enjoying our content, and we will be we'll be putting out segments throughout the week. So if you guys don't happen to spend the 2 to 3 hours with us, you guys can catch the segments that we will put out this week. All right, without further ado, I'm gonna fucking chew this movie apart. Okay,
Okay.
so the movie is way too long, way too long. I got in at around like 10:15. The movie didn't start until like 10:30, and I didn't get out until like 1. I'm like, the movie was way longer than it needed. It cut out a lot of things that were present in the animated one that wasn't here. And of course, the worst part, you think it's going to be Halle Bailey as Little Mermaid. No, the worst thing of all time in this movie was Aquafina. Aquafina Scuttle is probably absolute worst. Her voice is not great as
Yeah.
Scuttle, and Scuttle has way too much screen time, in my opinion. She's in a
Oh.
lot of things. She's basically whenever that there's 3D animated characters come on screen, she's there. And of course, her scuttlebutt music is absolutely atrocious. I hated it. You can talk about the scuttlebutt, and I'm just like, but I hate it. It's the worst thing. And um surprisingly, Halle Bailey she's not bad as Ariel. Her voice is good. It's not like a freaking she's not gonna get like nominated for like, best actor for like the Oscars or anything, but she fits the part, right? Like whether or not you like her or not, like she's good as Ariel. Her voice is good. She adds a bunch of extra like out of the sea, wish I could be. Like that shit's not needed. But overall, she's pretty good. There are 4 extra songs. Prince Eric, for some reason, has a fucking song. He fucking runs out into the fucking cliff and he's like, I want to be a part of the ocean. Oh, let me be a
Oh
part of
God.
you. He basically is like, I've been a seaman all along. I've been one of the ocean. And it's basically Moana. He's basically Moana. He wants to sail the 7 seas. He wants to be a part of the ocean, which is super fucking stupid. They added in a bunch of other characters that's not needed. They added in they added in a diversity hire, which is Eric's mom. So Eric's dad is not present.
Ah.
Eric's mom is present. She's
Oh.
black,
Okay.
and I believe Eric is adopted. So they found him like on one of those like
Ooh.
boats or like ships that crashed, right? And then they adopted him and then raised him as their own, which is fine. I have no issues with that actually. There's definitely more there's more city life than there is in the animated one, right? It's like it's how she actually gets on to like she meets Eric, right? It's in the beginning, and then she swims up and she meets him and stuff. The boat crashes. That's all same. That's all the same. But what happened is how she gets on shore. So in the animated one, it was Flounder and Sebastian that after she gets her legs, right? They bring her up to shore, and then Scuttle's there, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna wrap you around with this tarp that I found. In the live action one, she gets fished up by a fisherman. Right.
Oh,
So she
okay.
gets fished up by a
Throw
fisherman.
throw a net. She
Yeah,
got it.
yeah, fishing net. Gets
Okay.
fished up, but she gets fished up, and then he gives her the blanket. So you miss out on the part where it's like Scuttle's like, "Oh, you look perfect, right?" And then she's like, "Ooh, look at me," right? That's like all that soul and life and like the animation that the OG one did, it's all gone. Like this movie's other than the live action characters, all the animations and the 3D characters are all soulless. Yeah. It's definitely soulless. It's if there's no emotion, like I understand they're animals, they don't emote, right? Especially you have a bird, you have a crab and a fish. They don't emote. And for some whatever fucking reason, Scuttle can breathe, like for some reason stay underwater for like half an hour. Like because they switched the bird, right? Like they switched the bird
Yeah.
and it's not a seagull anymore. Some weird like bird shit. And what happens is that in the animated one, they go up, right? So after they get the dingle hopper, which is the fork, and they get the pipe, which is the scarf boardle, whatever a scarf boardle, whatever it is, right? The crazy thing is that they removed that whole part from the live action one, so she doesn't blow into a pipe anymore. She's no, I think it's a snorfblat or something. Yeah, snorfblat. And then I think he's like, "Oh, this is a dingo hopper." And it's like, "What's this?" And then Scuttle's like, "Oh, this is a snorfblat." What humans do, they would stare blankly into each other's eyes, and it's very, very boring. And then what they do is they use this to play it like as an instrument. So that whole part's removed, which sort of sucks, is because it's like there's a part in the animated where she blows into the pipe and it gets Grimsby in the face, right? That doesn't happen. So instead of her swimming up in the live action one, Scuttle comes down to them, like swims all the way down and hangs out for like fucking 15 minutes talking to them. I'm like, bitch, aren't you dead already? You stupid ass bird. So there's a lot of stupid things. Maybe that bird can actually in real life
Yeah.
swim
Maybe it's an
underwater.
amphibian to a certain degree. I don't know. I'm not a vet or a biologist, marine
Yeah.
biologist.
So Eric has a song, Scuttle has a song, Ariel has another song. So when she goes into the city, she basically singing in her mind, right? But since she lost her voice, she can't sing. She's singing in her mind. And then there's
Okay.
there's like yeah, there's no chef song. Les poissons, oui oui les poissons, right? There's not that. It's because I guess they said that if Sebastian actually saw that, it's like literally a murder scene for him. It's literally like crime scene, right? So I guess that's the reason they removed it. But at the same time, it's weird. It's because Scuttle literally comes down, swoops down into the ocean in front of Flounder and eats like another fish right in front of him.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm like, okay, like what the? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so it's what's it called again? There is Ursula's song, "Poor Unfortunate Souls." That one was changed a little bit. In the animated one, she's like, "What can I do without my voice?" Like, "Oh, you have the nice skin, you're pretty, you have the nice hair, and talk about body language," right? She goes like that, completely removed, which is the really fun part about Ursula's character in the animated one. That one's not present. Overall, for Ursula, Melissa McCarthy's character, she plays an okay Ursula. She's not bad. Like, she's not terrible. Eric is not terrible. Eric actually has a backstory. Like I told you, he actually wants to sail the seas. He wants to be a part of the ocean. He wants to go to, he wants to go to Tafiti and deliver the heart of Matanui into the island, right? He wants to do that. And one part that pissed me off the most is what they did with the ending. So at the
Mhm.
ending, so I'm jumping all over the place, chat. Sorry about that. So what happens at the end in the animated one, right? Is After Ursula gets the trident and the crown, she becomes really, really big. And then she does this maelstrom thing, and Ariel basically spirals all the way down to the depths of the ocean, and Ursula is just like blasting her, and she basically almost dies. Um, Prince Eric grabs like one of those ships that's like got brought up from the maelstrom and drives the front of the ship into Ursula and kills her. In the live action one, Ariel saves Eric.
Yeah.
So what's it called again? Eric is like climbing on a rock or something. His foot stuck, and all of a sudden, Ariel, who has no nautical experience, doesn't know how to freaking drive a boat or be a captain or anything like that. Probably saw one time that Eric did it, and she gets onto the boat with her fins and climbs up to the fucking the fucking sail area and fucking she fucking kills Ursula. Right? It's so stupid. It's because the story is, chat, and if you guys don't know, in Little Mermaid, the first one, it doesn't talk too much about their mom. Little Mermaid 2, which is went direct to DVD, is they have a kid together. And the kid can go on land and sea. Little Mermaid 3 it talks about her mom and what happens. So they actually brought a bit of that into this movie. So the reason why King Trident doesn't want Ariel to go up to the surface is because they killed her mom. Right? That's the story from part 3. They actually put that into the live action. So that's the reason why. And they're changing a lot of things, and they're adding in a bunch of things that doesn't really make sense. But overall, the movie isn't as terrible as I thought it would be. It's okay, right? If I were to like give it like a rating or anything like that, I'll probably give it like a 2.5 out of 5 or like a 2 out of 5 or something like that. It's not terrible, but if this is your favorite like animated Disney movie, you will probably hate it. Like the songs is decent. I think the new songs, the 4 new songs that's done by Lin-Manuel Miranda, um it doesn't really fit. Like some of the songs sounds too new, too new age, too normal. Like it sounds like it's current music, and it doesn't really make sense. Especially Prince Eric's music, it's really really bad. Um, what's it called again? There's this one part which I really really hated too, was when Ursula drafts up the the document, right? She basically says you have 3 days for Prince Eric to kiss you, and it can't just be a regular kiss, it needs to be a true love kiss, and all I need is your voice, right? And that's it. In the live action one, it changes a little bit. So what she says is, um, you have 3 days, it has to be true love kiss, but she sort of adds this little thing in there where she tells her eels like, I'm gonna make sure that she doesn't know that she needs a kiss. So whenever like a kiss is being brought up, like she doesn't like remember that she needs to be kissed. So that's why when she goes up to the surface, she never once wanted to kiss Eric. Like ever. Like the only time
Yeah,
where it
that's
was like,
weird.
yeah, it's super weird. I don't know why they did that. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
So yeah, go ahead.
it's probably the same thing as the Peter Pan and Wendy live action. It's like it can't be the woman that falls in love. It's like
Mm.
there's this trend for Disney. It's like it has to be the guy that's bending down on his knees or courting the girl for some reason. It's like women are not allowed to for some.
Yeah.
That's a trend nowadays. That's why
Yeah.
they added
So
that. They sprinkled that
um
in.
they also removed the sisters of Ariel song in the beginning. That's completely removed. And weird thing is that Grae, when you watch the animated one, I know you watched it recently. Like I watched it. I watched it right before we went live. Like that area is huge, right? It looks like Atlantis. It's like freaking vibrant. There's a shit ton of people there and stuff. And in the live action one, there's like 5 people. There's like the sisters, there's Trident, and there's like 2 bodyguards, and that's it. No one else.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
it's the sea. Like
yeah.
the earth is mostly composed of the sea, so it should be large and vibrant for sure. So it's gonna look so empty, and they made it dark too, so it's like double whammy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And there's I'm trying to see what else that like bugged me. I think the statue. So the statue for me, I thought it was a big symbolic thing to Ariel. It is in it is present in the live action movie, but it was brought out differently. So in the animated one, he's like, "Oh, Prince Eric, here's your birthday gift. You know, here's a statue of you." And then he's like, "Oh wow, I look weird. I don't like it." It's like, "Yeah, you know, I wanted this for your wedding, but it is what it is, right?" The ship crashes, and then that statue falls down.
mhm.
I guess Ariel's grotto. In the live action one, they don't even talk about it. It just falls out of the ship. I'm like, what the hell? It just slides down. The statue looks like it's literally like a statue like this. Literally a statue
Yeah,
like this.
like if they weren't going for the angle that Ariel falls in love with Eric anymore.
Mhm.
I don't think that statue was necessary anymore. They should have omitted the statue as well. That's
This
how I see it.
so the statue in the what's it called again? How it was important is because it's like, oh, it even has his eyes, right? She's like, in the animated one, she's like, oh, his eyes, I can see his eyes through this thing. So, oh, I love the statue. And then the dad comes in and is like, no, Ariel, you can't, I forbid you to go up to the surface. And he's like, no, dad, I love him. He's like, ah, and he fucking fucks everything up and blows
Yeah.
up the statue, right?
Mhm.
She gets sad. And she's like, just leave me alone. Sebastian and Flounder leaves the Ariel's grotto, and then fucking the two eels come in, right? Ooh, poor little mermaid, like you wanna have some mermaid sex, and then he's like, oh yes, and then he's like, oh, we can give you legs, yes, if you want. It's only an option. It's up to you. And then they go away, and then they flip the basically the face piece next to her, and then she goes, wait, I'll do it, right? He's like, in this one, it's a hand. Like she's like cries next to a hand, and I'm like, I was like, where's that moment where like I could see his eyes or something like that? But it just feels Prince
Yeah,
Eric in the live action one, his presence is sort of diminished in terms of like him being like she's very attracted to him, right? Because
yeah,
this one is just like I don't see the attraction. Like I don't feel like they're falling in love. Like their story is pretty cool. It's sort of well done. They have this moment that they're like dancing and stuff like that in the streets and stuff, but I don't feel the sort of infatuation that like crazy people have when they fall in love with each other, right?
yeah,
I don't know,
yeah.
but it's
Uh,
it's weird, man. Like, what was your favorite part about the Little Mermaid? And then I want to see if I can like counter it with like what they did in the live action.
I I don't know. It's like overall, I don't have any particular favorites, but based on what you've told me, I you said it was okay that Eric had a backstory that he wanted to be a seaman and all that.
Mhm.
But what it's like what the first thing that came to my mind when you told me that's like it's I feel like it's a Rings of Power moment. The sea is always right. That's how that's my impression of it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll like it too when I see it. But in terms of what you mentioned, they brought in the subplot of what happened to Ariel's mom in the third part three of the animated show.
Mhm.
I think that ain't I don't know, depending on the execution. I think that is not terrible. I feel like because I feel like in the animated show, it's they did not really tackle they for me they didn't tackle enough why Triton has a strong hatred towards people of the land. It's like, yeah, the people of the land catch fish so that they could eat them, but I think that wasn't a good enough reason to have such a strong hatred or disdain
Mhm.
towards them. So at least knowing that it's because his wife and Ariel's mom died in their hands, I think that's a better reason. That's a better reason to be
Yeah.
very hateful towards them.
Like I'm
So
okay with that change. Like I'm like, oh, okay, it makes sense why Trident doesn't like humans, right?
yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
oh, they're barbarians, I love him, daddy, right? It like I'm like, what? But it does. This one is like, oh, they killed your mom, don't go up
Mm,
there, right?
mm,
She basically says not all of them are like that. Eric isn't like that. He's like, who's Eric? So he gets really
mm,
really pissed. One thing that they changed as well is they sort of made Ursula's powers a little different. So instead of like shrinking them into these like soulless creatures, she kills them. So that
Oh,
part where that part where he's like, this, like she's singing the song, right? And it's like, oh, what happens that this she wants to be skinny, this guy wants to get the girl, so I give them the thing. Yes, I do, right? Poor unfortunate souls, so sad but true. And then she talks about it. And if oh, is it my fault that sometimes they like fuck up and they don't deliver on time? So basically, you're mine if you fuck up. But when she does it in the live action one, she basically doesn't really say that. She just brings up like three skulls and basically like, yeah, I killed these bitches, right? So
yeah,
it's because in the animated one, she has a bunch of those souls everywhere because there's supposed to be souls, right? And
yeah,
at the end of the movie, when she dies, all of those souls
uh,
becomes mer people again.
yeah.
In this one, when she dies, those bitches stay dead. Like
Dang.
they
Okay.
those they be dead. But one thing is, so in the live action one, instead of signing a contract, she basically rips a scale from her fin. She go and she rips and she throws it in. So that's her sacrifice instead of signing the name. And when Trident is like, Ursula, give me back my daughter, right? And she's like, bitch, your daughter signed this thing. I mean, she scaled her scales are ripped off. Look at it. This contract is bounded by blood, so nothing can break it. And then he zaps her, and she does this like force field like magic thing. And then he's like, well, I can give her back to you if you trade. And he's like, okay, so give me your trident and something like that. And then in return, the two eels comes and like grabs him and fucking shocks him, and he fucking dies. He literally turns into act like bones and he falls down. I'm like, oh fuck, you killed Trident. He dead now. He ain't gonna be coming back, right? And then but at the end, when Ursula dies, he fucking just regenerates. He's like, oh, he comes back. I'm like, that's so stupid. It's like, no, he dead, man. He dead. Another thing is the eels don't talk. The eels don't actually talk to Ariel.
Ah, okay.
They actually like swim in a circle that forms like a portal, and Ursula talks through that portal. It's
Okay.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
odd. It's
weird.
a weird
Yeah,
choice, right?
yeah.
Yeah, artistically is bad. I think some things happens differently. I remember just watching the animated one, and where Ariel, she gets cleans up, the person they dress her and stuff like that, and then he's like, okay, we're gonna go eat dinner. So she goes into the dining room, and then what's it called again? Prince Erica's like, you look fantastic, or you look wonderful, right? Because it's the first time you see her in like a nice dress.
Yeah.
And then they sit down, they eat dinner and stuff like that, and then she sees the fork and she starts combing her hair.
Combing her hair. Yeah.
Yeah, and then she sees the snort blat and she blows it. That's completely changed in the live action one. So they actually go into the city together. When they get the carriage, they go into the city together and they start dancing and stuff like that. And then like she's going down the street and people are trying to like give her like food, like here's a coconut, here's a flower, and she eats the flower and something like that. And then this girl offers her like a bowl of fruit, and there's a fork in there. So she grabs the fork and she's since Halle Bailey doesn't have hair like Ariel does. She has dreads, right? Or like
Yeah.
long braids.
Yeah.
You can't really comb
They
that.
comb it. Yeah.
So what she does is she fucking sticks it in her hair and she fucking twirls it like spaghetti.
Why?
It's because you can't comb your hair. Uh, it's just the type of hair that black people have. They can't they it's like if your hair is straight, then you can comb it. But according to her hair, she has like these dreads or braids. She can't comb it. So she just sticks the fork in there and just twirls it. And
Yeah,
that's the
but
part that part is being basically replaces her combing her hair in front of Eric.
yeah, it's like it combing it because the area thinking that it's a comb, it makes sense. But
Mhm.
in this case, like poking it and twirling it, what's
Yeah,
the
she goes like
purpose of
she
the
basically goes like blip, and she goes like fucking
and
spaghetti.
yeah, it's like you're what? You're messing up your hair? Something
Yeah.
like that.
And
Yeah.
what made that scene great is because of I think the snort blat, which is the wooden pipe. I know why
Mhm.
they removed it. I know why they removed it because it's smoking. Smoking's bad, right? So what happens is that she in the animated one she blows into it and Grimsby gets ashes all over his face and it
Yeah.
causes Eric to laugh. And then the handmaiden's like, I haven't seen you laugh in weeks,
Mhm.
right? That part was such a good part to have put in the live action adaptation, but that part wasn't present, right? They're just dancing in the street, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna try on a hat. I'm gonna try on a hat and stuff." And then later on that night, they go into the what's it called again? The boat, the mini boat, and they do the kiss the girl scene. So the kiss the girl scene is a little different because they never mentioned that the why Sebastian is very good at singing is because in the animated one he's a conductor. He's a music conductor. So he knows
Yeah, yeah,
music.
it
He knows
is.
how to,
Yeah.
do music and everything. In
Yeah.
this one, he just knows how to sing. That whole part where they're like, the great Sebastian, he comes in, he's a conductor and he conducts music, right? This one, he doesn't do that at all. He is Scuttle's like, oh, I know what to do. If fucking Aquafina is like, rah, 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 rah. And then he's like, you need to shut the fuck up, right? And then he basically is like, this is, if you need to do it, you need to do it yourself. And then they do the, percussion wins words, strings or whatever. And then they start singing. The singing from Sebastian is it's okay. It's not as good as the original because his voice is
Yeah.
a lot higher. And
Okay, okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot higher along with what's that called again? Even in the Under the Sea, the part where it says, the bass play the brass, the newt play the flute or whatever. And whenever they say that, it's because you're supposed in the animated one, you're showing that the sea creature is playing an instrument. And this one, when they say it, it's just like you see sea turtles. They're sitting on a sea turtle. You see jellyfish and stuff like that. It doesn't really make sense if they said, the newt plays the flute, the carp plays the harp. It doesn't make sense when you say that. Is because none of them do it.
Mm.
Why didn't you do it? I know it's gonna be weird that like it's gonna look odd if you actually see like an actual real life fish playing another fish, or playing, watch that blowfish blow. It's it doesn't make sense. It just
Yeah.
doesn't make sense of the animation and stuff like that. The the 3D is not great in some parts, especially like in the intro. Like you in the intro instead of birds coming in and you see the boat, you actually go in the water first. And one of the fish looks like it was like in like PS2 graphics. It
Ye
wasn't good, right? But it's not good at all in my opinion. I think if you go into it thinking that this is gonna suck, it's not gonna be as shitty as you think it is.
Yeah, yeah, that's the impression I got from you.
Yeah, just go in with low expectations and you won't be that disappointed,
Yeah.
right?
Wait, yeah, which is so sad. It's like back then, it's like even though you don't you have zero knowledge of what Disney was about to turn, oh, it's Disney. Okay, let's go. It's gonna be good. It's like
Mhm.
now it's like now oh Disney, it's probably gonna suck.
Yeah.
That's what's happened now.
So, what's it called again? There was actually a good amount of people at the theater though. Like in the morning, there was a lot of like soccer moms. A lot of
Yeah.
there's a lot of moms bringing their daughters to go watch the movie.
Yeah, I imagine there's some there, despite what they did, they kind of butchered a lot of things. It's like it's still the Little Mermaid. It still has that strong brand recognition. I imagine this way. And yeah,
Mhm,
I wouldn't be surprised if some kids still want to see it. It's like they're not into what we know or talk about it as much anyway. So I would
mhm.
understand where they're coming from. I imagine why they would want to see it.
Yeah. It's what's it called again? And then after so there was couple claps at the end of the movie, and then you hear mom says, "That was actually pretty good." There was some funny parts, like I think it was like minor jabs that like Scuttle would do to Sebastian or what Sebastian would do to Scuttle. Um, what's it called? Melissa McCarthy just was her character Ursula in the live action does turn into a a pretty brunette. Like like
Okay.
You know where Ursula goes, "That little tramp, she almost got away with it," right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so she doesn't turn into Melissa McCarthy, she turns into an actual, like, pretty brunette girl, and,
Yeah, I think that's what
it's
kind of happened in the OG. Well, not
yeah,
brunette, black haired girl, but yeah,
yeah,
okay, it's fine. It's
yeah,
fine.
it's the same, but I think how it's a little different, right? It's because in the OG one, they're gonna get married, right? They're gonna
Mhm.
get married. In the live action one, it's like an engagement party, which
Yeah,
is,
it's
in my opinion, in olden days, that doesn't make sense. It's because there's no such thing as engagement party. People just get
engagement,
married right away.
married. Yeah,
Yeah, and what's it called again? It's I think how Scuttle finds out finds out that Ursula is actually the in disguise was I think in the animated one it was on a ship, right? And in the live action one, it was actually at the castle. And you actually don't hear Ursula singing. You actually just there's a necklace on the table, which is the shell necklace where Ariel's voice is kept. And you know, and then Ursula, which is the in the sky, she comes on, puts on the necklace, and that voice comes out of her, and she's singing it. And then she's like, she lies down on like a lounger bed, and she's like, "Oh, this is so easy. This is so easy. You know, I'm gonna have all the power now." And then she looks into the mirror, and then Scuttle's like, I gotta tell,
mhm.
what's it called again? Ariel and stuff. But uh, I I wish there were some things that they did, and with movie that's like almost an hour longer than the original one, they missed out on a lot of the things that could have added. It's I don't know. I don't know what the budget is. I heard it's like $200 million for
To
the budget or 250.
Yeah, around that range. Yeah, so it needs to make a lot, as usual, as standard Disney. It has to. They always have such insanely bloated budgets.
Yeah. And I after the movie when I'm like, "Okay, I'm done." I walked out. There was actually a shit ton of people in line. Not a shit ton of people, but I would say it's not like a fucking you're lining up for a Marvel movie like in phase 3. It's not like that. But there's a good amount of people for a Saturday afternoon. A lot of kids and a lot of black parents and a lot of black kids, right? Look, I have no problem if you want to go watch this movie, okay? I think this movie is okay. Like like when I say okay, it's like a meh okay. And I would say it's not as bad as Mulan, and it's not as bad as Peter Pan and Wendy.
And Wendy.
Yeah,
Okay.
Peter Pan and Wendy is pretty fucking bad. Mulan's really fucking bad. Lion King was pretty fucking bad. I would say this is better than all of those 3, but it's not, I liked, Aladdin, and I liked a couple of other, I think Beauty and the Beast was pretty decent, but they're, like, pretty 1 to
Yeah,
1.
that one was decent. I remember that one.
But, I think, the part that I hated most was the fact that Eric doesn't save Ariel is because how it's supposed to be in the animated one was Ariel saves Eric, and then at the end, Eric saves Ariel, and that shows to Trident that, "Oh, okay, not all humans are the same. Eric is one of the good ones, and I will let you marry my daughter," that kinda stuff. But what what Ariel said was, "You," I was like, "It was so dangerous. You could have been killed. Oh my god." And then she goes, "Eric was there too." He was just yeah, he was just standing there in the background. She was just like, "Hey, I'm right over here." And and then afterwards, like they fucking go off like into the sunset, and then all of a sudden, like 20 different like mer people pop out of the water. You get some fat ones, you get some Asian ones, you got this very diverse, right? Very diverse. You get some little kids that are mer people, and it's there are some things, minor things where I'm like, "Ugh, I wish they did that." Right? The part where Trident comes up and he looks at her, and then Ariel's looking at Eric, and he's like, "Oh, it's gonna be really sad." And Sebastian's like, "Why?" It's because it's gonna be sad how much I'm going to miss her. And he does this Trident thing. The glow goes to her leg, and she looks back at the dance. She's like, right? Um, it just the glow goes to her legs and it cuts to the next scene and what's it called? And Eric is all sad up in his castle because this is like a fucking day later where this happens, not the same day. A day later, Eric's all sad in the top, and he's like, the dog comes, want to play fetch, and then all of a sudden the dog doesn't come back, and he turns, and Ariel's standing there. He's like, "Oh my god!" And then he gets up and kiss her. So I'm like,
Y-
ugh.
Yeah, the original did it better.
Yeah.
It has to be when she got her legs back from Triton. I think it should have been moments later that she runs up to Eric,
Mhm.
not a day after. Yeah, agreed.
And one thing that I did really enjoy in the in the animated one. So granted, chat people, I'll go ahead and catch up with everyone in the chat. I thank you guys for just
Yeah, just
talking.
chatting.
And we have I think we have about like approximately 30 people here, which is freaking awesome. Hearing me just bitch about the live action stuff, but in the animated one, the voice, right? The voice, right, and then you hear Eric. He's playing on his snorkblat, which is his what's I calling it? His flute. He keeps playing it because he can't get that tune out of his head. He keeps playing it over and over again, and I wish they did that in this one, right? In the live action one, he never plays a flute or anything like that, and he's like, "Oh, it's just that I can't get it out of my head. I can't get it out of my head." He says that, but if they added that, he's like, "Oh, like keep searching for the girl, this fantasy girl that saved me." But I think having that flute is a very very nice touch that the animated one did, and they should have had it. I don't know why, right? You don't have to make it one for one. Don't get me wrong. You don't have to make it one for one. I think that you could have added something similar to that because that was a nice touch to the movie. And
Yeah.
yeah, and to answer some of your questions, if you was the scuttlebutt music as bad as that 7-second clip you guys heard like a couple weeks ago, it's worse. It's a lot worse. It's because it's she starts look, I know that I think Aquafina, if chat correct me if I'm wrong, I believe she started off as a YouTuber, and she got really, really
Mm.
popular, and then she was able to make her way into I think her first thing that I saw her in was Raya. I think Raya.
Oh, okay. She's
The
at Raya.
yeah, yeah, she was in Raya. I think she's one of the main dragons. She's the voice for the main dragon, and then she was also in Shang-Chi. She played like the
Yep.
best friend, right? And
Mhm.
now she's in this. Look, I'm gonna say it now. As an Asian, and I can say this with confidence, as an Asian, we disavow her. Right? I don't consider her Asian, okay? She's just so bad. And why can't you get like a better person to voice, or maybe they needed like a very annoying, raspy voice character to play Scuttle. And she's a perfect one. Like, I have no problems with you like gender swapping a bird from a male bird to a female bird, but like, okay, just chill it with the Aquafina stuff, okay? I know that like she's rapping and stuff like that, but it's just awful. The rapping, it went on for like 2-3 minutes, man. Oh my god. It was so bad. Yeah, yeah. A Mermaid Messiah said it. Yeah, she has black scent, right? And yeah, she basically starts like I actually heard Aquafina talk regularly. She has a regular person voice. She doesn't have this like, "Yo, what up, dom diggity dong dongs from the south side, yo, ding dong." She doesn't talk like that. She talks like a regular person. But I think it's she's trying to like, go more into it, and she's like, "Oh, can I rap as Scuttle or something like that?" It's yeah, Scuttle's actually the worst part of the whole movie. Um Flounder is just a tiny ass fish. It's not big, it's not cute. It's just a tiny ass fish. Like you feel like Flounder has more parts to play in the animated one. He was always there, right?
Yeah.
I felt like the roles were sort of like switched in a bit is because you get more Scuttle screen time than you do Flounder. Look, I
Ugh.
get it though, because Scuttle can fly, you can get out of the
Fly.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad,
Amphibian.
man. It's bad.
Scuttle's amphibian.
Yeah, yeah. X-ray disavowed her on FNT. Yep. Yeah, the rapping is awful. It's I I'm not sure if this movie is gonna do well overseas, right? I believe I believe the China posters for Little Mermaid.
Yeah, yeah, they did it again. It's like I don't know. Disney has no spine, in my opinion.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I know that, let's see.
Last I heard, it was pre-sales were 13,000. I don't
That's
know what
not a
it is now.
lot.
Yeah, yeah,
That is not a lot.
definitely, definitely not a lot. Considering the population of China, that's tiny.
Yeah. So here's, let me see if I can zoom in on this. So according to what I heard, China has 2 different posters for,
Oh, it has two. Okay, I've only
has
seen
2. It
one.
has the generic one, but it also has a special one that I don't think was released here in the States, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the poster in context. So you have this one, which is the one on the right, is the one that
Ah, that okay, okay.
everyone got, but the left, which is the China one, that one was, like, specially made for them,
Yeah,
right? So,
yeah.
I'm gonna say it now, but, um, I'm not talking about the people of China, but I'm talking about the the Chinese Communist Party and the people who run the Chinese, like, sort of film stuff. Majority of them, they're relatively xenophobic. They don't like anyone that's, like, that's not them. Right. And, especially towards black people. They're pretty racist towards black people. Like, I remember watching I think it was like a, YouTube short or a, Instagram reel or short or something like that. There was a a guy dressed up, he has an Iron Man mask, and he rumps into a Chinese old lady, and he taps her on the shoulder, and she goes like this. And then she looks, just stares at him, and then he takes off his mask, and he's black, and she goes, "Ah!" Like, it's just there, people are just like that. Okay. And chat, if you guys haven't seen it, there is this one of the most racist commercials I've ever seen. And it's funny, but it's also extremely racist. I'm not sure if the chat wants to see it, but it has to do Grae, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but it's about laundry detergent. So there was a
Oh,
I'm just gonna say it just in case I get in trouble for showing it. So what happened is that it was a Chinese girl, and she's washing her clothes.
okay,
The black boyfriend comes in,
okay.
and then she sort of, like, nudges him over, and then the black guy goes like this, and then they're washing their clothes, and then she grabs him and stuffs him into the washing machine.
Oh, wow,
And then by the time the cycle is done, he comes out, he's Chinese.
wow. Okay,
Yeah.
dang.
So
Okay,
they were
yeah.
trying to sell detergent. So that's how racist Chinese people is. I'm talking about people in mainland.
Wait, yeah, yeah, yeah. When did this commercial release, if I may ask?
Let's see.
I'm out of I'm just curious how old is this commercial or how recent? I'd be more surprised if it's really recent.
Uh, I don't know how long this was ago. I would say maybe 10 years ago at most. Maybe 8, maybe at most 8.
Yeah, that's still quite recent. Yeah,
Yeah. So
2015.
it's
Yeah,
like, I think during that time Obama was probably still president, but the thing is that Chinese people, like, people especially in China, like mainland China, like, they case in, point in cases like this poster over here, and then dude, like, they're even talking about it here, like Little Mermaid first day pre-sale and stuff like that. What's up with the, like, Flash? Yeah, Yellow Flash says, "What's up with the China Little Mermaid poster at Disney? Why did you make her skin blue?"
yeah. It's
Like,
like
because it's this, if the movie actually looks like this, like, it actually looks pretty cool. It's pretty vibrant. But, yeah, like, I'm not sure
uh,
it's blatantly clear that they are. It's because you have the Black Panther stuff and you have the stuff from Star Wars.
yeah. But the good thing about it is like I didn't know that's how you read Little Mermaid in Mandarin. Xiao Mei Ren Yi. I didn't know
Yeah.
that's how you read Little Mermaid.
Yeah, it's basically little, like,
Yeah,
princess
yeah,
person.
it's literally Ren Yi. It's literally yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Just wanted to point that out.
But yeah, it's crazy, man. But, uh, now here's the thing though. Do I think that this movie has what it takes to get a sequel? With the amount of money that it's getting from overseas, I don't think it will. Because
Yeah.
because most of the money will be coming from China, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let's see.
Yeah, I saw it earlier. I think it was Dennis. I meant $13,000 in sales, not 13 million. The
No, 13,000.
pre-sales.
Okay, yeah,
That that's
that's very little, man.
that's drop in the bucket.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and share this one over here. And so this is the first one of the first ones, and it broke $1 billion. So if you look at it, domestic, it made this one, right? Should be this one. Does it say financial? That's not the one I'm talking about. It's from 2000. Was it in 2002? That's
No,
not it.
no, no. Yeah,
I was like,
that's way too. Yeah, I was like second grade,
no, no,
second or third
it's not
grade.
this one. Let's see. Yeah, second grade. Let me check it out. Let's see. Let's go to there it is, 2017. Here it is. So this one made $500 million domestically and 764 million domestic. So that means it made a shit ton of money. So it made like it made a 1.2 billion dollars. And so Japan got a shit ton, and China has a lot too. So the fact that, given that they race swapped Ariel, I'm not sure how that's it's gonna go in
Yeah,
China.
in this time it's like Beauty and the Beast. Like Disney was just starting the live action remake trend, and they
Mhm.
weren't as bold or as brazenly woke as they are now. So I am
Yeah.
in that time, like Disney had still had that strong brand recognition. It's like, okay, it's Disney, it'll probably be good. Yeah, that was the time that it's still there. Unlike now, that's like, it's gonna be woke, it's gonna be trash. It's like they don't have that brand recognition anymore. So
Mhm.
I can't imagine it. At most, it'll do a little profit for me. It'll probably get past break even a little bit at most. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's not gonna be sequel worthy for me. Yeah,
Mhm.
agreed.
Yeah. All right. So, but yeah. So, chat, if you want to ask me any questions about the movie, something stuff that I haven't brought up, like, please feel free to just let me know. Um, if I feel like I felt like the entire time I was watching the movie, I was literally like Homelander. Like, I was literally like this. Just like watching the movie like that. I'm just like, this is boring. There hasn't. I never laughed or chuckled or even like giggled at any of the jokes that they had. I did hear people laughing at it. Look, if you have every right to like this movie, um, I think that the movie, like I said, Haley Bailey is probably the best part of the movie, even though the movie is a man movie. Like I I don't think it's great. I don't think it's worth the money to go watch it. And like I would just watch the original. I think the original is way better. And it's very, very sad. It's very sad. That uh I have a feeling that a lot of people domestically will like it though. And do you Gray, do you think that they're going to make a part two, a sequel to this? Even though if it doesn't make a
Uh
lot of money overseas.
it I don't know. It's like we're at a time that, like, because we've been pointing this out to Disney for how many years now? To all these company entertainment companies that decided to go woke. It's like, this is not good, guys. This is not good for you. You're butchering your IPs. Your profits are gonna run dry. You're gonna bleed hard. It's like they didn't want to listen. They did. They It's like, you're a racist. You're a misogynist if you don't like our content.
Mhm,
Then it's now they're really feeling the effects now. It's like what we've been saying and what we foresaw years ago. It's like monetarily wise, financial wise, they're feeling it right now. It's like 2023. They Disney has to keep laying off. Disney has their stock their stock price dropped hard. It's like half or more than
mhm.
half. Then so
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like I think now is the time that they really need to think hard if they still want to double down, because by the time that they decide to make a sequel, do they even have the budget for it? By then, it's probably even higher than the initial cost of this one. So right, this one it needs to make like what 700, 800 million. So what more in the sequel if costs are only gonna go up? So
Mm,
what your budget's like 400 million, 500 million. You literally have to make a billion just to break even. It's like
yeah.
for me, it's kind of doubtful. That's where I'm
Okay.
leaning toward doubtful.
Yeah, fair. Um, I have a feeling that if this movie, it's I don't have a feeling. I know that if this movie does not do well financially, like overall, they're just gonna pin it as racism, 100%. And but the thing is that I think that overall the movie. Let's see what Rotten Tomatoes have to say about this movie. Oh wow. Okay, so all right. So I just refreshed it. It's 67% tomato meter, and that's 239 reviews, and 95 audience score. I think that's very misleading, right? So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
okay, so
yep,
I'm gonna share
yeah.
here.
Open it,
The reason
open it.
why I'm gonna hit all critics. Okay, and top critics. So this is all critics. So top critics. So if it's all critics, it's overall 67. So it's like a D, right? So if you hit all
Yeah,
critics, it's at a 46. So these are like top critics, people who actually. So that's pretty bad. That's 6 out of 10. Yeah, sort of bad. Let's see all audience. Okay, that feels more like it.
yeah,
This is the movie I watched,
yeah.
right? And the thing is that I have like 3 or 4 friends who's watched the movie. They're like, "Oh my god, Halle Berry is so good as Ariel. She's perfect. The movie is perfect. Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good." And then you watch the original, and you're like, "No, it's not. It's awful."
Yeah. It's like
Right?
that's the thing with this remake. It's like I don't, you could just write new stories. I mean, there's so many people, there's so many cultures, ethnicities out there that have not been tapped. I mean, with your resources, you can easily do the research. You can easily do the research. Hire writers that actually want to tell a good story, and then there's like it's so hard to outdo the original. It's like, and
Mhm.
with Bailey, it's like I feel like from the beginning, ever since we saw the very first time she was revealed when it got racial, oh, why is she black? It's like I felt kind of terrible for her. It's like I know that she's not a terrible actress. It's just that they used her as a political weapon. That's the only
Mhm.
reason why.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
absolutely.
my take. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, so I'm scrolling back up right now because like I've been rambling on. So someone said, so John Harrison said her hair cost him $150,000. Is that true? Okay.
Well, sorry. I missed what you said. The last part you said.
Her hair cost him
Yeah,
$150,000.
yeah, yeah.
Is that true?
I read this. Like, I don't know. It's like, so why, why? It's like, I mean, it's if that's true, it's like it says a lot why these budgets are so bloated. It's like if they're willing to spend that much on someone's hair, what else are they willing to spend on it within that $250 million? But what other bloat is there in those costs?
Okay. Yes, from Yahoo Life. Halle Bailey's hair in The Little Mermaid cost $150,000. Creating Halle Bailey's iconic hair for the live action remake. What do you mean her? You're kidding. You're creating her hair. So you're basically making. Well, here's the thing. I'm not. According to my wife, she says that like black people, their hair is like it's different. It's basically that the texture is different, and if it touches water, it gets really weird, right? Because it's really hard to dry too, or something like that, and they don't have oil or something, so it gets very the material the texture gets really weird very often. But that's insane. $150,000.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's something as mundane or some as hair. It's like, can you imagine? It's like if you see a breakdown of a spreadsheet. Okay, this is everything we spent. It's like chances are normal people get so horrified. It's like, why did you spend this much on this? Why did you spend this much on that? It's like, I mean, now at a time where it's challenging to actually make money, you'd think that they'd be more meticulous with this kind of thing, but no, apparently not.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna read the quote here. Hallie's locks are down to her waist, over 24 inches, and putting her hair in a wig was going to look crazy. Friend continued, if we take hair and wrap it around her locks, we don't have to cut them and we don't have to color them. We can just change the color without changing her internal hair structure. Her structure and her hair are her. My God, I'm not guesstimating, but we probably spent at least $150,000 because we had to redo it and take it out. You couldn't use it, and then we had to start again. It was a process. Damn, that's a lot of money. That's
Yeah.
that's that's wild,
Mhm.
man. But it's yeah, it's not good. It's like I said, I do agree with the Rotten Tomatoes, like actual like top critics and all audience. I think this is the actual one. I believe in even like Metacritic, if I'm not mistaken, uh,
It's also
gave him a low score too, right?
yeah. I would trust Metacritic more than Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, there it
Yeah,
is. Metacritic score 59, user score
yeah.
2.1.
It's
Oh,
like Rotten Tomatoes has a reputation of really rigging things for corporate.
mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not good. Let's see. Oh, that's a lot of negative reviews. A lot of negative reviews. Let's see. Is this the worst remake? No. Is it the best remake? No. It's what you would expect of a remake. The CGI is wonky at times. Romance scene seems forced. Songs are underwhelming and don't hold up to the original. And the only song that I liked was McCarthy's "Poor Unfortunate Souls." I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah, her for "Poor Unfortunate Souls" is actually not bad, right? But comparing the Under the Sea one, which is probably the most iconic, it's because you have the crazy dance scenes and stuff like that. It's that one, like the new one, is okay. It's like when you go to karaoke and you see a guy who's like sort of good at singing, sing the song. It's like a karaoke version of it, right? There's no
yeah.
soul. And that's how I feel with the animation. There's no soul, right? It's all lifeless. And it's definitely very it it feels like all the money went somewhere else. I don't know. But let's go ahead and read this article right over here. This is from Bounding in the Comics. The Little Mermaid expected to perform worse than Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania in its global opening weekend. So this is from a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
So a new
that's
report. Yeah, go ahead.
that's gonna be
Go ahead.
yeah, that's gonna be a disaster. If that's actually, I don't know, but I think it would do better. I don't know. I'm not an analyst, but maybe I would think it would do better. But anyway, yeah,
Mhm.
that's just me.
Yeah. So a new report claims that the Walt Disney Company's upcoming live action The Little Mermaid is expected to perform worse in its opening weekend compared to the recent box office bomb of Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Variety, The Little Mermaids is only expected to bring in 100 million in its opening weekend in domestic theaters and another 80 million in international markets for a global gross of 180 million. The outlet does note that the film could bring in another 20 to 25 million at the domestic box office on Monday, which happens to be Memorial Day. Yeah. So I that's actually very, very little, right? Because I think I read somewhere, I think I have it up. Yeah, here it is. Um, so this is from I forgot what's the film IK. Latest Disney's The Little Mermaid budget reportedly at 250 million, not 200. So that means you need another 250 million estimately, right?
That's even
To
that's
for mark
conservative in my opinion. It's
and
like
that's for
I imagine,
promotional marketing stuff, right?
yeah, and we know that they marketed the hell out of this. They marketed so much. I imagine it costs even more than double. But for conservatives, say okay, fine, let's assume it's double. So
So
okay,
let's say that means in order for it to make money at all, it needs to make $1 billion, right? 250, 250, right? So that's 500. So that means to make upwards of a 500, another extra 500 million on top of that. That's that. I don't think this one has the legs or quote unquote the fins to do that, right? Or were reshoots included? I'm pretty sure.
yeah, probably,
I
probably.
I think it's in it, right? So budget review. According to the latest industry reports, in the live action Little Mermaid is a high budget production. The Walt Disney Company has reportedly spent a massive 250 million to produce the film, excluding marketing and advertising costs. As mentioned earlier, the creators had ambitious plans for the movie from its inception, and Disney is making a return to theaters with a live action film after a significant hiatus, partly due to COVID related safety expenses. While 200 million is exact numbers of the pre-plans, in pre-plans of production. No doubt, it's not new for Disney to spend this much money on a live action to make it a luxury, but the current situation indicates a big risk to spend so much on this matter. Yeah, there is a lot of marketing for this, hands down.
Yeah,
Like they
yeah,
really, really need this movie to succeed.
yeah. It's like it's every what every month, every 2 weeks we get a new trailer or we hear something about it. They've been marketing it a lot, so it's I
Mhm.
imagine it's even more than the usual
Yeah.
range.
All right. I'm gonna go back up and read some of the comments because there's a lot. So let's see. I heard it was bombing in China, right from that Sailor Mercury. Yeah, it didn't do well
Yeah.
in China. Yeah, it makes sense for it not to do well. Let's see.
Mhm.
I listened to the Korean version of the song. It was more bearable, but it was awful, which tells you the song is awful in general. Yeah, yeah. I think a Scuttle is supposed to be a very annoying character, right? He's supposed to be a very annoying character, but I think it is exemplified with the voice of Aquafina, right? And
Yeah,
yeah.
and if you're gonna I don't know, if you're gonna intentionally put an annoying character, it's like you have to limit the window of their debut on the screen, in my opinion.
Mhm.
You have to use it subtly, and it has to be appropriate with the dialogue.
Yeah. As I Sailor Mercury said, they're always hiding black characters and Disney let them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're literally bending the knee to money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, versus their
Exactly.
principles.
Yeah.
Let's see. Jama Lama is like, oh, did I miss MC Aquafina? Lucky me. Yeah, true. True. Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, so you guys seen the commercials before. All right, cool. So some of you seen it, some of you haven't. Yeah, remember that. Yeah, it's pretty racist. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's see. I've been told that if you embrace Chinese culture, you become a happier person. You telling me they're yo, what's going on, Rat Boy? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Disney are okay with racism from China. Meanwhile, they're standing against Florida for telling them not to groom children. I think it's extremely double standards in terms of what's happening, right? Like I have a friend who was like, "Oh, if you vote for Ron DeSantis like in for president, like just unfriend me now," is because that guy is like a neo Marxist like fascist or something like that. And I'm like, "Bitch, have you heard any one thing that he's actually said? Have you actually read any of his policies?" Like, I'm not gonna vote for him for president, but like, are you gonna vote like are like do you even know do you even read his policies, right? Even a person in his comments were like, so you I it's like I so it's like I would rather vote for Ron DeSantis than brain dead Joe Biden. So it's like it's a lot, but at the same time they're like, oh, you gotta make sure it makes money in China, and if Chinese people don't watch this movie, then you're super racist or something. But yeah, so yeah, Grae, if you get the chance, definitely watch this movie and let me know. Since you recently watched it, you can probably make a comparison video on
Yeah,
what you
but
thought about the
oh yeah,
original.
yeah, yeah. I'm probably gonna need to watch the original again as well. When I told you earlier, I was kind of divided in my attention, so I probably missed some details. I'll probably
Mhm.
watch the OG again.
So it's the Mermaid Messiah. So this is a quote. So I'm assuming this is from the author. Let's see. The prettiest of them all. Her skin was as clear and delicate as a rose leaf. Her eyes and her eyes as blue as the deepest sea. But like all the others, she had no feet, and her body ended in a fishtail. In a fish's tail. Sorry. Yeah. So that was the actual like I'm assuming the writing from the author. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, social credit score. Yeah, ESG stuff. But yeah. They're going to lose a lot of money on this movie, but they'll most likely make a sequel. I I agree, right? Wasn't I'm not sure if we talked about this last time, but wasn't that guy who played Aladdin, didn't like he quit Twitter because he got a lot of backlash saying that,
Oh
"Oh, our
yeah,
movie
yeah,
made
I
$1
did, he
billion."
did. Yeah, I mean, he could have just did block. I don't know. He could have done something rather than just outright delete his account. But anyway,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah, that was actually funny.
Yeah, but, well, you're talking, but yeah, it's yeah, he basically said, "Oh, yeah, this movie is probably not gonna make $1 billion. Our movie made $1 billion, and I'm pretty sure they're going to make a, sequel." It's like, "You piece of shit, you're racist." Like, "Oh, shit, gotta fucking, deactivate my Twitter." Oh, man, it's so funny.
If yeah, if um like if philosophy wise, like if they're Disney's just gonna stay stubborn, like and if they still have the financial for whatever reason they still have the money to do it from probably from the theme parks, then yeah, I
Mhm,
imagine. But if they I don't know, it's like I feel like it's at the point of such uncertainty. Like maybe this is finally a wake up call to key people at Disney. Or at the same time, maybe it's not. It's like, no, let's keep doing the woke stuff. Let's keep
mhm.
taking that ESG money. Then yes, they'll probably make a sequel. Yeah. It
Aw,
really depends. Yeah, it really depends.
yeah. Alright, so, let's see what their actual numbers is right now. So I believe this is, this so The Little Mermaid to be part of that world with 180 million global start this weekend. Box office preview. Disney's return to live action takes their animated vault in the fullest theatrical form happens this weekend with Rob Marshall's The Little Mermaid, which is eyeing a 180 million worldwide start. I don't think it's gonna hit that much. Maybe I would say maybe 150, but like I but the thing is, what's coming out next week? Into the Spider
Uh
Verse, Across the Spider
Across the
Verse.
Spider-Verse, I don't know. I don't consider that to be the same as a competitor in my opinion. And that's just me, but
I
it's like a completely different for me. It's like a different product, a different type of kind of genre. Anyway, but
I
yeah,
I would say, yeah, I would say it's different. It's because you get boys and girls stuff, right? You get like one's more more action, more
yeah,
comic book like versus this. But the thing is that this movie is not getting a lot of good like sort of like verbal like like
yeah,
praise. Like you get some people
yeah.
on Twitter is like, "Oh my god, she looks like me, so it's gonna be really good," and stuff like, "If you don't watch it, you're racist." And I I think that, like, it's gonna fizzle out. It's because the following week, right? So you have, the 6th, right? So the 2nd is coming out, so I'm not sure what's coming out this week, but then you have the following week, you have Into the Spider-Verse, and then the following week after that, like, not far after, you have The
Trans
Flash.
Oh, it's coming out already. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
you have The Flash. Oh, yeah, this Transformers is
Transformers.
coming out too, and I'm like, it's sort of like if you are a parent, majority of the time, a lot of people have, 2 kids, right?
Yeah,
Um, are you gonna go watch Little Mermaid, or are you gonna go watch, like, something else that that was good? The part 1 was really, really good, right? I'm pretty sure I would rather bring my kid to go watch that instead, but, I'm probably not because it has that whole trans thing, but,
yeah. The political thing. Yeah,
yeah. It's, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it's probably gonna stop at, like, maybe, like, 400, 500 million top. I think that's it. Yeah, I think it's gonna make around, like, Quantumania money.
yeah. Makes sense. It's like yeah. The big for me, the big contender will be is the Flash for sure. Moreover than the Across the Spider-Verse. So it has a week. It has a week
Yeah. Let's see,
to
yeah, let's see, what does it say? So Sailor Mercury said that Aladdin actor was right. He should have ignored the fake backlash from Disney stands alone. Yeah, um, I enjoyed Aladdin more than I enjoyed this one. I think it's probably because this is Will Smith prior slapping,
yeah,
Chris Rock. So he was actually people loved him.
yeah.
They did add a couple extra songs. I'm not a big fan of like um some of the stuff they did there, but overall the movie was more enjoyable than I thought. This movie was like if I gave this movie like a 2.5, like Aladdin was probably like a 3 at most. but like it's still not that great. But like I'd rather watch that again than watch this. I I don't know why.
Yeah.
Let me see.
It's not the it's like what you're saying is like it's not as garbagey as we expect in a modern Disney film.
Yeah, it's not
But
as shitty. Let's see. Let's see. From this is from Denny Tate. From the trailer for the Spider Verse, it looks like they're making Spider-Man 2099 the villain, which is wrong. Yeah, 2099 is supposed to be a good guy, right? Isn't he supposed to be a good guy? According to what I heard, right? Uh, but yeah. I think overall, I I will probably the more I think about it, probably the more I'm gonna hate. Right? It's things I liked. Haley Bailey did a decent job as Ariel.
yeah, the
I think
odds
she
were
did a
so
pretty good.
against the odds were really so against her. It's like, yes, I just kind of feel bad for her. But
Yeah.
I mean, what would you do? It's like if you get accepted for that kind of role in such a big
Mhm.
IP, it's like you're probably gonna accept it. Yeah, it's like that's how I think. If you're in her shoes career wise, like you're gonna get it, even though it's gonna get so much political backlash. So
Mhm.
I'm not really against her that as much as other people.
Yeah. I think she did fine. I think adding the backstory to Eric is pretty decent. I think their love story is pretty cool. I'm not a big fan of how they changed some of the stuff. I hated the fact that they made him like his actual importance of him killing Ursula to show King Trident that he is a good guy. That's not in the movie anymore. So it's sort of like, eh, it's it takes the importance from him away. Other than the fact that he's a prince, right? And they give him a minor backstory. The 3D is just really, yeah, it's so lifeless. There's even just like a minor emotes, maybe like their eyebrows furrow or they get sad just a little bit. There's none of that. Like, so, like when you hear her singing Scuttlebutt and you hear him do like kiss the girl, kiss the girl. He literally looks like fucking Mr. Krabs from from SpongeBob, right? Because his eye just pops up. Look, I
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that I know that you can't make Sebastian look like how he is in the what's it called again, the cartoon, but it's just it doesn't look good, right? Go on, kiss the girl. Oh, but yeah, man. Let's see. She has a good voice. They probably would have done better. It was another animated film instead. This is what I fucking yeah, Alec Baldwin's finger, 100%. That's what I said at the beginning. I was like, why the hell would they race swap Little Mermaid where you can use Halle Bailey as Tiana from Princess and the Frog. You don't have to race swap anyone. You have no backlash from that shit. It's because did you want the backlash or because we need more black princesses? It's like what is it? Like Tiana would have been great, right? Why didn't you go for Princess and the Frog? And you basically took like a fucking Danish like lore and you changed it up.
yeah.
It's sad. Very sad. And yeah, it's I I told my wife about like the whole body language thing and she's like, "What? That's my favorite part when Ursula said that." And she's like, "Body language?" But it's not in it and they sort of make Melissa Carthy sort of like they made Ursula a little bit dumb. It's a little bit dumb, like because in the animated movie she feels very like she knew exactly what she was doing. She's evil.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's a schemer. And in this
Mhm.
one, she's like, "Where's my stuff? Where's my stuff?" And then I'm like, "Wait, the Ursula wouldn't have ever done that." But yeah, uh, that's not the only thing that's been happening in Disney though. Like I feel like this movie, like someone said earlier, if this movie actually makes $500 million, that's actually considered a lot. And I agree. I think if it makes like $500 million, it'll be considered a success for them.
Mhm.
That means that they got their money back. Did they? No, they didn't. They didn't get their money back. They basically just net zeros because they
Yeah, which
they used up
is
all their money.
Yeah, which is still loss in my opinion. Break even is still considered loss because you lost time. It's like
True.
an opportunity cost, so it still counts as a loss.
Yeah. Let's see. What's this? Let's say if they make a poll for me to watch The Little Mermaid. All right, but yeah. And the thing is that like Disney is not looking so well, right? Because this is from Insider, and Disney is beginning a third round of layoffs, cutting more than 2,500 jobs. And this is a couple of days ago. It was 4 days ago. So yeah, it's if this movie does not do well, they're gonna lay off even more people,
Even more, yeah, even more.
right? Disney is starting its third round of layoffs this year, with more than 2,500 workers set to lose their jobs. Sources told CNN and Deadline. Disney is cutting around 7,000 jobs in total this year as a part of the cost-cutting measures that were initiated by CEO Bob Iger, who returned to the helm after previous Bob Chapek was ousted in November. Iger previously said that Disney would implement the layoffs in 3 batches, with the final one starting before the beginning of summer. So that's right now. This is the third round, man. This sucks, dude. Because like I
Yeah,
said, it's not. It is Disney's fault, but it's like the higher ups' fault. It's because they're the one who's pushing out all these garbage that
yeah,
nobody wants,
yeah.
right?
That's a flaw of capitalism. Honestly, that's one of the flaws of the capital. I mean, that's the best system we have right now, but it's not perfect. It's like it's the people who have nothing to do with these decisions. It's like
Mhm.
they're the ones who's getting affected, but the people on top, they get their golden parachute. They get to live their life in luxury. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. Let's see. The Deadline reported that this round of layoffs wasn't targeting any particular division of the company. Disney CFO Christine McCarthy previously said in a recent company earnings call that reductions in marketing and headcount at Disney Media and Entertainment Distribution, the content and distribution unit Iger has dismantled, would make up, quote, the bulk of the efficiencies the company was introducing this year. Yeah, because he said that he's going to be trimming out of fat, right? In basically in
Yeah,
an analogy form. He's basically getting rid
yeah,
of all like the crap that he doesn't want, and hopefully they can make more money again because they lost so
yeah.
much money in the past early this year.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, is this it's like we've been telling this is everyone knew, everyone in chat, we knew this was gonna happen eventually if they keep doubling down on this crap content. So
Mhm.
yeah, you can keep cutting costs all you want, but that's not enough. It's like you need to wake up to the fact that your products suck too. You need to go back to making good stuff too. Because like otherwise cutting costs, yeah, you're gonna narrow down your losses by 26%. But even then, you're still gonna end up laying off more people. So there also needs to be an overhaul with the quality of your products. Go back to
Mhm.
entertaining people, please.
Yeah. 100%, man. I definitely agree with you there. Let's see. So Disney did not immediately respond to insiders' request for comment about the reported layoffs made outside normal working hours. Yeah, it's definitely not looking well for them, right? They have a bunch of weird stuff. I don't think that I I don't think that a lot of stuff that's coming out of Disney right now, like I don't think anything interests me. Like, and that includes like Marvel stuff. Like, I know people are like hyped about like
Yeah.
Secret Wars and stuff like that, and hopefully like Phase 6, like or Phase 5 or Phase 6 is gonna be really really good. You know, but it's not look. It's I'm not. I don't care about anything. Anything that Disney's coming out with, I don't really care
Yeah,
about.
and the challenging thing about Marvel, right, it's like they're bringing out their not so well-known characters, which is that in itself is such an extra challenge. It's like,
Mhm,
it's like this is probably not a not so good example. It's like imagine like Square Enix pushing so hard on Star Ocean compared to back then, like compared to like pushing Final Fantasy. It's like Star Ocean is
mhm,
like it's a more of a niche segmented brand. It's like people are gonna, it's like what's that? What's Star Ocean? What game is it? Compared to Final Fantasy. Oh, Final Fantasy. Yeah,
mhm.
that's such a well-known thing. It's like Isn't that's what's happening with Marvel right now? It's like Iron Man, Captain America. People know that right away. But now this Agatha, Echo, it's like, who are these people? It's like it's such an extra hurdle for them to be able to get people to be interested in that. So I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's gonna be tough for Marvel too.
All right, let's see. Let's see. So just JK, Ant-Man lost about $100 million. Yeah, they didn't make back their money, did they?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's wild. Johnny, what's going on, dude? Hope you're doing well. Let's see. What's this over here? I thought you got your tuck friendly bathing suits. I saw that shit at Target, man. I was so pissed. I was so mad. Yeah, I'll be talking about that in a bit. But yeah, it's wild.
Yeah,
Let's see. I have no interest in anything Disney related outside of Kingdom Hearts
Kingdom
4.
Hearts 4.
Is that confirmed to be coming out?
I-
I heard
It
Kingdom
is.
Hearts 3 didn't do as good as it should have. That's what I
Yeah,
heard.
actually already a trailer, a teaser, but I, the thing with Kingdom Hearts is
Oh
like,
yeah, I did. Yeah, I did see it. I did see
yeah,
it. Yeah,
yeah,
I did
yeah.
see it.
It's like the thing with Kingdom Hearts is like, 3 took ridiculously long to release. Like
Yeah.
by the time 3 came out, I forgot everything that I've played already, and the story is so confusing, so convoluted. Like I
Well,
don't know. It's like you kind of freeze your brain already. It's like unless you really you want to play all those games, which is insane. You have to put in insane amount of hours to play all
yeah.
those games.
So I've never played any of the Kingdom Hearts game. Okay, I'm just throwing it out there. Never played it. But the thing is that I was actually looking forward to playing 3, but I found out that they're not gonna have any of the Final Fantasy like characters in the game. It's like all
Oh,
because they're like,
that's
oh,
kind of
because
weird.
they're in a different location, so that we're going somewhere else now. So that's why you're not gonna see Cloud, Squall, Renoa, Tifa. You're not gonna see any of those characters. Sephiroth, you're not gonna see any of them because they're in a location. I'm like, oh, then I'm not gonna play. You know, but I heard like the whole Ratatouille stuff was pretty cool. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. Just subscribe to your channel for your insights. I got your insights. It was an excellent RX excellent as D-Day Cobra. The fact that you are comparing us to D-Day
Yeah,
Cobra,
exactly. Yeah,
that
thank you.
that's if we're like even half as good as like D-Day Cobra or like any of the Geeks and Gamers folks, like
Yeah.
that's an honor, man. Thank you for saying that. We really appreciate it. Let's see. So Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer already released, but the game won't release in another 5 years. Makes sense. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Square has been saying for the long time, like we want to make our development life cycles faster, but they never end up doing it. But I don't know. In my opinion, given this modern gaming nowadays, given what's happening with Gollum, the Redfall, it's like maybe it's just better to just take your time, but make it good. I mean, that's my opinion now. It's like given how much crappy games we're getting recently.
Yeah. Let's see. So Ant-Man needed roughly 600 million to break even, and it only made 470. Wolf. Yeah, that's bad. And that's their like out the gate phase 5 movie,
Yeah, I
right?
just watched it on Disney Plus like last week, 2 weeks ago.
Did you like it?
It's nah. It's like but it's like I was telling to my friends like for the money we pay for Disney Plus, which is less than $1, then fine, it's good, it's good enough.
Mhm.
But in terms of a movie, it's like nah, I wouldn't go to the theaters to pay that much.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I haven't seen it, but I don't plan on watching it. But speaking of uh Ant-Man. So I heard somewhere, and I do have some insider news as well, that it's official. I'm not sure if it's in any article, but for I know it's official that they are completely moving away from Jonathan Majors. It's confirmed. I'm not gonna tell you where I got my sources from. It's probably from a random homeless person
Yeah, it's
online
like
or something
if
like
you if you
that.
need to
But
if you need to protect that person, then you go or yeah, whatever your
yeah,
reasons are. But yeah,
but yeah, it's 100% that Marvel is moving away from Jonathan Majors. They are probably going to recast
uh,
him. So yeah, I think that they don't want any bad press if it's true, and I know that his trial date is in June.
Okay,
So
that
I
should
know
be
that
interesting.
he's going to court
Yeah,
in
June
June.
is gonna be wild with a lot of news, especially with the movies that's gonna release.
Yeah. Let's see. But going back to this, see, Sailor Mercury said, yeah, they removed Final Fantasy characters from the base game, but brought them back for the overpriced post game. There's post game DLC for Kingdom Hearts 3. I didn't even know there was DLC for that game. Man. Let's see. Let's see. Dune game looks sick. There's a Dune game coming out. I didn't even know that. I
I
didn't even know
I
that.
only know Dune Spice Wars, though I didn't really look into it that much yet. But yeah, I didn't know either.
Let's see. You're right about Haley Bailey should have been Princess Tiana from Princess and the Frog, despite that Disney shouldn't be adapting and remaking animated films into live action. I think whenever they do that, it's just a quick cash grab. Like because of how well Beauty and the Beast and even Lion King did in theaters. They know that they're gonna get the member berries and the nostalgia, right? It's because if you look at it, a lot of the people that were in the theater, the moms, they're like all in their like 30s or like early 40s. So it's like they grew up watching it. So I'm gonna bring my kid to go watch the live action version, right? And it's it's like me and Grae said before, and I know everyone has been stressing this for the longest time already. I think ever since I think Lion King. Stop it with the live action adaptations. Like, can you not have your own like? Can you not make new shit anymore? Right? Like, is it that difficult? Like, next, what do we have next? That's coming down the pipe for live action? Moana, and that movie hasn't even been out for 10 years. And knowing that Auli Carva, whatever her last name is, and The Rock is not going to be like, I'm pretty sure The Rock is not going to be what's it called again, Maui, unless they are going with him. It's they're just trying to make sure they get as much as possible. I'm pretty sure after Frozen 3 comes out, there's going to be a live action Frozen because that Frozen was fucking everywhere. So I don't see why not. I'm like, I don't see why they aren't doing it. Right. Guy says, Jussie Smollett told me that Jonathan Majors is totally guilty, but it's Trump's
It's
fault. It's
Trump's
MAGA
fault.
country. Oh shit, man.
Spin everything on Trump.
Yeah, everything's Trump's fault. Just like
Yep.
how Hollywood shouldn't be adapting anime into live action, regardless if I like it or not. Yeah, I think because I think a lot of what Hollywood's doing is like there's like nothing is sacred anymore. Like they're gonna make this into they're gonna turn anime into like this really cool. Like imagine if they made Bleach into never mind, they already doing it. Like and according to what I know, and I mentioned this before, like you don't mess with like anime. Like you don't mess with anime and video games and anime. Like you really, really need to respect the property, right? And that's why Super Mario did really well because it respected the IP. Same thing
Yeah.
with parts of Sonic. Like it respected the IP, right? And then you have pieces of shit like Death Note that came out several years ago on Netflix, which was
Yeah.
really fucking bad. Like even Japanese companies that does live action anime stuff, like Attack on Titan live action was awful. Like the first one was watchable, was okay. The second one was just god awful. Like don't do it. Why do we used to want extra money, right? Let's see. How many people care about Moana? I'm pretty sure the islanders do. Like the Polynesian, Hawaiian people, they care. And even because my wife, like she really, really likes Moana. It's because it's like, oh, the first dark princess, right? The first like jungle islander princess. So she's super happy about that. So but in terms of like it was really good. Why do you need to make a live action? Like it's so stupid. Why do you need to do it? I heard they're doing a live action Akira. Oh no, dude.
Oh God.
Oh man, if they do, people, and if they do, and it sucks really bad, well, people are gonna like rage because Akira is like one of those really, really good ones, right?
Yeah.
Um, Also says the Hollywood is the art of defilement. Yeah, they basically ingest it, they stick it up their asshole, and then they just shit it out. And hopefully it sticks. Right, literally throwing shit on the wall to see what sticks. And sometimes they get lucky. Sometimes they don't, and most of the time they don't. Right, and that's the reason why I feel like Disney is losing is because of what Illuminations and Universal is coming out with. Like
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the next Nintendo like animated film is gonna make $1 billion too, especially if it's
yeah,
Legend of Zelda.
yeah, yeah. It's like
Let's see.
we've come to the point that video game companies finally get it. They finally understand
Mhm.
after all these years. They finally understand how to make a good video game movie. Just take what made the video games good and put it into cinema. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do for it to be great.
So what was the first what would you consider the first successful video game or anime live action adaptation?
Anime live action, are there any? It's like I can't even at the
They're
top of my
all of
mind.
them are bad. All of them are
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. Exactly. It's
Mhm.
like video games. I haven't seen Sonic. I'm not honestly. I'm not a huge Sonic fan. So it's like just in recent years, I believe, like the past 2 to 3 years, that's when the success of video games adaptations beginning. We're at the point we're just at the very start. We're just at the infancy of video game adaptations becoming good. So I that's the part, at least that's something to be excited for. Like
Mhm.
Universal Illumination, they get it. They get what works. So they'll probably double down on that, especially with their the supposed rival Disney. It's like Disney's like, okay, let's keep doing woke stuff. So they have no competition. Universal has no competition. It's like
Mhm.
we just need to release. Okay, what's a good video game we can translate into the movie form? What's a well established, well loved franchise that we can bring to the theater? And you just need to keep doing that, and boom, they'll eventually overtake Disney legit if they haven't already.
Yeah. I would say the first successful video game one, I would say it's Sonic, but a lot of the human stuff was really bad. If they remove all the human stuff, I think the movie would be a lot better. But in terms of actual good, where it's like a consensus, everyone's like, "This is good. We need more of this." I would say it's The Last of Us. I think The Last of Us
It's
I think The
yeah,
Last of Us is good enough, in my opinion.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. That's the point I was trying.
Yeah, it's not
It's
perfect.
not.
I know, Gray, you have some words for it, but I know it's not
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah, yeah.
Let's
It's like
see.
I still think episode 6 was terrible.
So Lindsay Lerma said, just trying to renew all their IPs and open it up to new overseas market, which doesn't want it. Yeah. I think one major one that they should have learned from, even the critics hated it, um was what was it called again? Peter Pan and Wendy was really bad.
Mhm.
Was like in terms of just it being really, really bad, it's just not good, right? It's just not good. The writing was bad. They changed up a lot of characters, backstory. Versus Mulan was just it's not Mulan. It's not you're not even trying to do the same thing. It's completely different from what we've seen. So it's that I know Mulan was just really, really bad. Let's see. And so Nagy said Death Note is the worst. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
Gray, if you have you watched the live action Death Note,
Yeah,
the US?
yeah, I was about to say the name Light Turner. It's like I find that name so funny. It's like wow, so Americanized.
Mhm.
Light Turner. Yeah,
Like
it
what
was.
what I would have done, I'm not sure, let me know if you agree with this, but what I would have done was, like, it should have been like Death Note, like a continuation. Let's say Ryuk, he fucking throws the Death Note in Seattle, which is where they were doing it, right? And not call him Light Turner. Just call him Jackson Turner or something change up the name, change up the characters, make new characters, further the story, but make new characters, but have the same Ryuk from Light Yagami from Japan. And he's like, oh yeah, I maybe Willem Dafoe is like, oh yeah, I remember the person that I used to have the Death Note prior to you did this. So try doing something different or something like that. Like it would have
Yeah,
made more sense if they just continued the story versus making it like more American so people can understand.
yeah. If you haven't, there's actually a mini manga follow up. It's like yeah. If you haven't seen it, then I recommend you do. It's actually pretty good. There was there's a new successor to Light. So Ryuk gave him the Death Note. But it's this is gonna be spoilers. So it's like he didn't play God like Light did. He didn't he didn't let it get over his head. But how he handled it was like he tackled it economics wise.
Mhm.
He planned everything in such a way that he can live comfortably for the rest of his life. That's how he that's a mini follow up spin off from
See
the previous one.
that's big brain. Like
Yeah.
I want to make sure that if I don't have the Death Note, I can live comfortably. That's smart.
Yeah. It's
Let's
like
see.
it tackles like in Light's time there were no CCTVs yet and stuff like that. So it's harder to pull off what he did at present. So
Oh, okay.
so it's pretty interesting. So I recommend giving it a read if you haven't already.
Oh, that's cool. See, Roland said, I love Bleach and the live action is something else like Tokyo Ghoul or Attack on Titan. Yeah. I watched the live action Bleach. Oof. It's like it you cannot make like how he turns into a fucking Shinigami and then the introduction of Byakuya and Renji in like a fucking movie. You need to make it into a TV series, if anything. See, Sailor Mercury said Hollywood has no respect for anime. Yep, they don't. They don't care about anime. It's because according to Matt Walsh, it's satanic and pedophilic. According to Matt Walsh. On Netflix, I mean, obviously the anime is one of the best one. Oh yeah, anime is great. Let's see. The guy says, I just don't like Netflix make anything ever. Do you really think Cuties and Cleopatra changed their mind about anything? No. I think Netflix just wants as much content and they'll say yes to anything. I don't think they actually really care, right? Uh I think they just like greenlight everything. Like we just need as much content. And then sometimes you get really, really good stuff like Stranger Things, right? Castlevania is really good. You know,
Oh yeah,
Witcher
I haven't
season
finished.
1 was really good. Did you
Yeah,
watch
I haven't.
Castlevania?
I need to finish season 3. I heard it wrapped up really, really well.
Yeah. Castlevania is good.
Yeah, and
Castlevania
right
is really good.
there's a follow up, right? I think Simon's about to make his debut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. Let's see, I agree with you on live action Attack on Titan. Both parts were unwatchable, which is why I was out on part 1. Yeah. Part 1 was like if you had no idea what Attack on Titan was, you never watched the anime, you never read the manga, and you just watched part 1 is watchable at best. Part 2, holy shit, that thing became so fucking bad. Like it got really bad really fast. But if you did watch it, you're like part 1 is like, some parts were cool, but most of them sort of sucked. Yep, Alec Baldwin's finger said, "No, not
Not
Akira."
Akira.
Yeah, I love seeing Akira on a big screen. Yeah, yeah. God, see right here, another one. Roland says, "Oh God, no, no live action Akira." True. Uh, let's see. Doom type shooter could be very fun, a very fun demo. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Sam Mercury said, Zelda will be awesome as long as it's serious and not a comedy. I would say, yeah, it needs to be more on a serious side, but if it's done by
It
Illuminations, it will have some form of comedic stuff in there.
yeah, yeah, agreed.
Let's see. Losel says, I watch fan films more than I do new movies that get released on the big screen. No matter the budget or acting, sometimes I know that the stories are mostly solid and done with care, and you see it. Yeah, I would say a lot of the like fan live action adaptations. Like sometimes I think there was like a Naruto that came out like several years ago that someone just put up on like YouTube. And I'm like, this looks pretty decent, right? And I'm pretty sure, like you said, they will be very faithful to the original source material rather than Hollywood, because Hollywood will always trying to interject. This doesn't make sense. Why would why would fucking Goku do this? And so he his wife should have been a Super Saiyan. Let's turn Chi-Chi into a Super Saiyan. It's gonna be something really, really stupid like that. Let's see. I don't know. They really messed up Halo. Yeah, they
Yeah,
did.
I've heard. I did not watch it, but I've heard what they did. Like,
Yeah, he
my
literally
god,
took off his helmet in like the first 5 minutes. He's like, "I'm Master
yeah,
Chief."
yeah,
Takes it off instantly.
yeah, Master Chief, fucks with a Covenant spy in front of Cortez. Like, wow, what the hell, man?
Yeah,
It's
it's so
insane.
stupid. Let's see. Vinzinger said, which is why I'll give Mario movie a chance because it has respected Nintendo's involvement. Yeah, it's good. Like if you were a big fan of like Mario, like the Mario universe and stuff like that, and you play all the games, it's literally a fan film. Not fan film. It's literally a film for the fans. Like it's not meant for people who are like, I don't know what the fuck Mario is. Like fucking Grace Randolph's like, why is Mario in a cat suit? Like, bitch, shut up. Play the
Yeah,
fucking
it's
video game,
funny.
all right? Like same thing with like Tim Pool and like fucking Luke Rudkowski. Like I like their takes and stuff like that, but they're like Mario's is like a Mario gets cucked.
Yeah, Bowser's a simp.
Yeah, Bowser's a simp and fucking Peach is a Mary Sue. And I'm like, bitch, you never fucking played a video game once. Like you have never played it. That
Yeah,
it's that simple.
the funny part is I can imagine it's gonna get even worse, especially like imagine if a Zelda video game adaptation release, they're gonna say stuff, they're gonna say crap like that because they never played Zelda, they never played the games, so
Yeah.
it's gonna be fun throwing shade at them.
Yep. Let's see. Guy said Taika Waititi is slated to direct the live action Akira. The live action Akira is going to be a comedy if it's directed by Taika Waititi.
Yeah,
Like look what he did with Thor Ragnarok,
or
right? Thor Ragnarok was like, okay, yeah, you're giving a little bit of funny, and then Thor Love and Thunder is literally a comedy.
yeah,
You know, like I'm pretty sure he directed some other stuff too, but like it's probably going to be a comedy. See, I love Mortal Kombat 95. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 95 was pretty good. Right? It wasn't really faithful to the video game lore, but I would say the music made that movie good. Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that made the movie good. Let's see. I'm gonna read one more after this, and then we're gonna read some articles. Blade of the Immortal is a good anime live action adaptation. I've never seen that. Do you know what that is, Gray?
I think I've heard of it or read it somewhere, but yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. Let's see. Last one. So Nagy said the first Silent Hill is really good too, but it came out later. Um, I heard it's pretty good, but I also heard most. This is recent news too. Read this yesterday. That they're removing some characters because they said it's controversial. You know which characters I'm talking about?
No,
So
no, this is
according
gonna
to what
be
I heard,
new to me.
uh, they are removing the quote unquote sexy nurses, like those nurse
It
monsters.
on Silent Hill.
Silent Hill
Ah, okay,
remake.
okay.
It's because they did that. They don't want to sexualize characters anymore. They don't want. I don't think I can find the article, but I read it yesterday that they're removing that the Silent Hill nurses.
Yeah, that kind of sucks. Like I don't know. It's like when I see those nurses, I don't really feel that that's the intent or that was the purpose. But anyway, it's that kind of sucks.
Yeah, yeah. It's the fact that they were like that's one of the main things. Like whenever I see like other than the pyramid head guy, the giant with the
Yeah,
giant sword, like the nurses are like iconic. It's like, oh, why would you
yeah,
remove that?
yeah.
Yeah.
They are.
Let's see. All right. Speaking of shitty video games, this I heard about this, but this is wild. Gray, you have you heard about the controversy with the Gollum video game?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been talking about it on Discord. I've been talking about it on our Discord. Like it's insane. It's like I would love I would pay for a documentary on how the development process went down. It's like I
Mhm.
want to see a Jason Schreier full blown Bloomberg article on how it went down. It's like how did it get the green light? How someone in the executives said, yeah, this is a good game.
Mhm.
Go release. It's like it was already so it was already set up so badly. It's like in my in me alone, it's like my impression. How would you make a good Gollum game? I mean, yeah, I know he's an intimidating antagonist in the film, but
Mhm.
that does not make him a good dedicated video game character. It's like imagine a Game of Thrones action war game, but you play as Tyrion. It's like that, right?
But the thing is that, like, at least Tyrion, like, he was in a couple of battles, right? Like, he got a scar on his face, you know, he killed his own dad, but Gollum has nothing.
Yeah.
It's so okay, I'm gonna bring this up. This is from Bounding in the Comics. So Daedalic Entertainment responds to massive The Lord of the Rings Gollum backlash. Please accept our sincere apologies for any disappointment.
Yeah.
So it's like, here's the thing. Why why can't we just have actual regular bad guys anymore? Gollum, he's been corrupted, right? He's a victim of the ring. It's sad, but he did this to himself. We don't need a tragic backstory as you play as a character and nobody wants to play. Imagine fucking walking around. I'm not sure if this makes sense. Imagine if throughout the fucking execute order 66, fucking younglings were being massacred, Jedi's were being killed, fucking stormtroopers and clone troopers killing everyone, and you are playing as Jar Jar Binks. It's like, what the why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. I, I'm not sure if you got that from Asmongold, but Asmongold said the exact same thing. You're Jar Jar Binks serving tea to Qui-Gon Jinn. That's basically.
It's like, no, I didn't watch
Yeah,
and as it's funny
he
that actually
he
Asmund Code said the
he.
same thing.
Yeah,
It's
this
because
is
the
the
only
thing.
character I can see that's useless
Yeah,
in like a fucking big like fantasy sci-fi fantasy thing is who's fucking useless. Well, Dobby is not actually useless. He actually helps. He actually has magic. And who else? I'm like, the only other characters I can see that's useless is Jar Jar Binks.
yeah,
But it's it's like, is he Darth Jar Jar? Oh, man. But yeah, but I heard this
y-
game, it just runs bad too. Not the
yeah.
right?
Everything about it. It's and they had the audacity to charge a precious edition, and all yeah, yeah, yeah. $70 for the current gen for the current gen consoles and $60 for the PC. And all the features all the deluxe edition features is something that they could have added to the game, like an additional
Mhm.
emote, so and a compendium. I believe it's features that they could have easily just put in there already from the get go, and they had the audacity to put it behind a paywall.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Oh man. Well, yeah. What's this? Why does Gollum's look like his eyes are about to blow up? They're trying to make him like sympathetic, man. It's like it's so fucking weird. Okay, developer Daedalic has addressed the Lord of the Rings Gollum's massive backlash as the game is met with nigh total rejection from reviewers, players, and fans. At the time of writing, the Lord of the Ring Gollum has an average Metascore of just over 41 across all platforms via Metacritic. Albeit only PC and PlayStation 5 platforms have enough critic reviews to contribute to a Metascore. Even Metacritic's own article discussing the Lord of the Rings games ranked worst to best started with Gollum. Quote, critics note that the extensive knowledge of Tolkien's books is a prerequisite for enjoying the game, but that's just the least of Gollum's problems. Dull and tedious are the words that the reviewers have used again and again to describe gameplay, while the controls leave something to be desired. But the biggest flaw is the game's visual, or maybe it's the many game-breaking bugs. Oh, goddamn. Oh, shit. It's really bad.
yeah. It's like I in my mind, it's like yeah, this game is gonna do average at best, but turns out it was a lot awful. I gave it too much credit, apparently. I gave it too much credit.
Let's see. Both PC and PlayStation 5 versions of The Lord of the Rings Gollum are the worst reviewed games of the year thus far, sitting at the bottom of Metacritic's list. Several places below even the Xbox Series X version of Redfall.
Yeah.
The game doesn't fare much better on other review aggregate websites. Even Critic gives it a weak rating with a top critic average of 42 and 4% of critics recommending the game. Wow, this is a big, massive like L. Like when I first heard that they were releasing a Gollum game and where you play as Gollum, I'm like, it's dead on arrival.
Yeah.
It's like
Agreed.
why would you play someone that has no superpowers, no interesting story, and a lot of the story that people already know about Gollum has already either been addressed in the books or in the movies. But
Yep.
now we're like, oh, let's make it even more so how he goes further into the darkness by making a game where you sort of use him and sympathize with him. But it's $70. It's
Yeah.
so
For
expensive.
for the deluxe edition, but even then, $50 to $60 for this, like five five $5. I would just like that's already. I'm on the fence already, given how bad it is. If you said it at $5, like, mm, dude, well, I played this terrible game for $5. I would even reconsider.
Yeah. What does it say? The Golems game is still gonna make more
Good
than
point,
the
though.
Rings of Power.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh man. How does simple testing not prevent this terrible rollout? Uh I think like these game companies like they get um like maybe they can acquire like a certain IP. And if they don't use it within a certain month or a year or something like that, they can't use the IP anymore. So they have to so they're like, okay, even though this game is gonna suck, we're gonna have to churn something out. Whether it sucks or not. Because this is pretty bad. The fact that I've been hearing Redfall doing terribly, and this is worse than Redfall, like that's saying
Yeah,
something.
yeah. It's like 2023 in gaming started out swinging. It's like we have the Dead Space remake. What else? There were a lot of good games that came out already. It's like all of a sudden we have this sudden terrible games coming out. It's like Redfall, Forspoken. Now it's a competition of worst game of the year now. All of a sudden. Well, at
Yeah.
least it's at least we have Diablo 4 and Final Fantasy 16 soon.
Yep, true. Yeah, I can't wait for those. Let's see. Sailor Mercury said Cyberpunk 2077, Forspoken, Redfall, and now Gollum. So many games releasing unpolished and charging full price. Yeah. Like I know Cyberpunk 2077, according to what I hear, it got a lot better,
Yeah.
right? Because the CD Project Red, right? So like they have like a big like reputation for like Witcher and stuff. So it's like, okay, you're a big AAA company. Why is this? Same thing with Forspoken, you're being published and stuff like that by Square and Redfall. Now Gollum, that 100%, man. It's like, why would you ever charge full price or something? And like, do you guys not have like beta testers?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. 100%, like a couple of months down the line, Jason Schreier is gonna release an article. And I will be down. Like I would pay a subscription for Bloomberg just to read that entire thing.
yeah. Let's see. So Lost Sale said this is a reflection of how politics is starting. I'm pretty sure starting to take effect in the gaming industry. I'm begging money. I'm betting. I'm begging money. The people developing these games were picked for their diversity over their actual skills. Yeah, you're starting. Sorry, yeah, starting. Definitely. I definitely feel that they just need to meet a quota. It's like, oh, do we have enough? When you actually look at our lineup of people who work here, how many of them are people of color?
Y- Yeah, and I think for the case of Cyberpunk, I think that was sometime last year. I watched videos like they outsourced their Q&A to a Romanian company that ended up, I think, rigging the results. Like, oh, this game is good, this game's ready for release, but turns out it wasn't. Then that's how the
Really?
launch of yeah, there's that kind of story that came out. Like, so that's why Cyberpunk came out the way it did. So it's like when it got to the executives, QA was saying like it was actually ready, but in
Mhm.
fact it wasn't. The same thing with Redfall. Like I think Phil Spencer missed the mark in making a system to make in-house reviewers. What ended up happening was those reviewers just sucking up. It's like, oh, this game's good, this game's ready for release, but which turns out it wasn't. So
Man.
I think these companies need to reassess how they do QA.
Yeah, and as a person who worked in QA for 3 companies, we get overworked a lot, and I know that they've been trying to outsource more and more things, like, even when I did QAing for, Call of Duty Black Ops 1, um, half of the QA team was in Quebec, but it was the developing company, though. So I believe it was, Treyarch. So Treyarch had their own QA team, and Activision had their own QA team, which I was a part of. So we both worked together, but it was never outsourced to, like, a random fucking QA company that no one's has ever heard of in R es in Romania and all and everything, where fucking I'm pretty sure, Top G is still in he's still probably
Yeah, yeah, he probably is.
Oh, man. But, it's, there's a lot of things, man. There's a lot of things. Let's see. Alright, we're gonna jump ship to this, another piece of shit thing that's been happening, and this is crazy. When you messaged me and you told me about She-Hulk has been put forward for 19 Emmy
Uh,
awards, I was like, "No fucking way, for what? For what?" Like, I am dumbfounded. I have no words, dude. She-Hulk has been put forward for 19 Emmy awards. MCU fans react with ridicule. Oh man, the Emmys may need to brace themselves for arrival of something big and green arriving in their midst, as Marvel Studios have gone all in on She-Hulk Attorney at Law when it comes to this year's offerings for consideration. They're probably like, oh, best 3D effects, best visual effects. So, best writing, right? Is if visual effects is in there, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be
yeah, it's like
so fucking mad.
yeah, my arenas is like they're just throwing it out there. Just okay, maybe we'll get one. Maybe we'll get one. That's my
Mhm.
read on this. Yeah.
Right? It's like 50 no's and 1 yes is still a yes, right?
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Oh, man. While She-Hulk will always likely turn up in the long list of categories such as visual effects and costumes, the series has begun to put forward a total of 19 categories, including writing, production, and directing. Oh, so here's the thing. If they don't get something for directing because it's an Asian woman, right? It's like, hey, I made Pickle Rick. I made Pickle Rick. Remember how cool Pickle Rick was? You better
Mhm.
vote for me, or I'm going to say you Hollywood is racist and sexist
Mhm.
towards women.
Yep.
The series has also been put forward for a big outstanding comedy, yeah, definitely a comedy for sure. Series category, although there are plenty who could have something to say about that one. The news, as per Deadline, could be a surprise to many MCU fans who really didn't gel with the show from the start all the way through it to its conclusion. Well, end. From complaints about the design and visual effects of Jennifer Walters' alter ego to the final 15 minutes that seemed to concentrate more on random introductions such as Hulk's son Scar and making a point that there doesn't always have to be a Marvel ending to everything. Among the awards, Marvel are hoping to get She-Hulk some kind of recognition from are Tatiana Maslany being submitted for the lead actress, and big MCU names Mark Ruffalo, Benedict Wong, and Charlie Cox all being put forward for guest actor in a comedy series. Wow, yeah, they're literally throwing everything. Hopefully, they win something.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll get something? Do you think they'll win at least one?
It wouldn't surprise me if they did. You know how these awards work. It's like if it might get rigged somewhere along the way, then they're gonna market that. Oh, She-Hulk won this in the Emmys. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they got one, at least one.
Mhm. Oh man. We all remember that Don Cheadle managed to nab himself an Emmy for appearing the Falcon. I'm pretty sure, yeah, appearing in the Falcon and Winter Soldier for all of 1 minute, which means that there could be at least one Marvel Emmy in the bag if they can secure a nomination. Yeah, they're like, yo, please, we need one, man. We need one. We need money so we
Yeah,
can make the season two.
for marketing. Oh, so that we can say we won an Emmy.
Oh man, let's see. Let's see. It feels like Fortnite sucked up to the developers in the world. Well, I would say Fortnite is a such an easy game for people to just start playing, and it's on like every single console, and it's free.
Yeah,
I think that's the big thing, right? The only thing that they're charging for is cosmetics, if I'm not mistaken. I've never played Fortnite,
yeah.
right?
But the thing is with the free to play market, it's starting to feel that there's saturation already. It's like the companies that manage to grab the market, they already have a strong hold on them. It's like you can't expect more these people to like move to another game and keep shelling out money for that game. It's like it's not gonna happen. It's like whatever game that they're on now, that's it. It's so hard to grab that. It's like that's
Mhm.
my opinion. There's a saturation right now in free to play stuff. It's like companies trying to come in now. It's too late. It's too late. It's like it's already like MiHoYo, Epic. These are the people. These are already the key players that got the world market, in my opinion.
Yeah. Let's see. Wait, She-Hulk was nominated for something other than a shit show of the year. Yeah, it's I don't know. They're really, really, really wanting at least one. He's like, please just give us one. All right, yo, what's going on, Alan? How's it going, man? Let's see. It's yeah. I feel like they might get one thing, maybe like best. I don't know, best food or something like that. Something that has nothing to do with anything. Um, but yeah, dude. But speaking of Marvel, so I saw this last night, this article last night, and I wanted to talk about it. Disney shuts down production on another MCU Phase 5 movie. Yeah, is it? I'm pretty sure it has to do with the writer strike. Do you think so?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Second paragraph. Ongoing writer strike.
Yeah.
But
Let's
yeah,
see.
it's when I read the title, it's like I have no idea what this is, and it was even in the works.
Yeah. See, Marvel Studios and Disney were forced to shut down production on another MCU movie from Phase 5, continuing a disappointing trend. The ongoing writers' strike led by the WGA continues to leave numerous projects in its wake, including a few highly anticipated projects under the Marvel umbrella. Most recently, it was reported that the development of both Spider Society and Spider-Man Noir from Sony Pictures. I heard Nicolas Cage is supposed to do it. He's actually supposed to be
Oh, that's the
Spider-Man
one.
Noir. Yeah, I
Oh,
think
okay,
so
okay.
because that's a live action
Oh
one,
wait.
I think.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's kind of weird that Nick Cage is suddenly cropping up. It's like he's apparently he's in the Flash too, just as a
Yeah.
Superman. Yeah,
Yeah. Let's see. Spider-Man Noir and from Sony Pictures became impacted by this movement while the MCU readjusts its strategy for the rest of the multiverse saga. Blade succumbed to the strike as well. It as sorry, strike as it works through plenty of its own script and production problems.
yeah.
Yeah, that
I'm
oof.
surprised. Like, it would have surprised me. It's like maybe you should just kill the project already, given how much problems Blade has.
Yeah. And
Like
I
it's
remember when they first. Oh yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
bef-
Sorry.
yeah. Before I was just gonna say it's like before the writer's strike, it already had way so too many problems. And now you're gonna put the writer's strike on top of it. You might as well just cancel at this point. At least in my opinion.
Yeah. It's yeah, it's been having a rough time, and I know a lot of people were super excited when they announced that Mahershala Ali was going to be playing Blade, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. While Yaya up to Mateen's 2 Wonder Man suffered the same fate.
Yeah,
Disney's halts a production of Phase 5
yeah,
Thunderbolts. Oh shit, this was also halted as well.
yeah. I have no idea
Deadline.
what these are, honestly. That and the previous title, I have no idea what those are.
So Thunderbolts is supposed to introduce Red Hulk, which is played by fuck, Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the original actor passed away, so they casted Harrison Ford to play.
I imagine
Yeah.
that's not. Is Harrison Ford still gonna go for it?
Yeah, I think so. But I don't
Okay.
know, man. He's old. That
Yeah,
dude's old.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Deadline confirmed that Disney and Marvel Studios shut down the Atlanta production for Thunderbolts, one of the last movies in the MCU Phase 5 slate due to the ongoing WGA writers' strike. Now filming is currently planned to recommence once the strike is over. This marks the third MCU production that's been shut down due to the strike, joining 2024's Blade movie and undated Wonder Man series coming to Disney Plus. The decision to halt shooting on Thunderbolts isn't all too surprising, given that the co-writer Eric Pearson has publicly supported the strike on social media. Production was also temporarily halted on MCU's coming Daredevil Born Again series, although shooting is now underway once again in New York City. Filming is still active on Agatha Coven of Chaos, another Disney series that is rumored to debut close to the Daredevil show. Uh, I don't really care about Agatha Harkness.
Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. That's what I was mentioning earlier. We're coming to the point that Marvel is digging up IPs that normies like me, I don't know who that is. So it's like it's gonna be such a hurdle for them to market. Like
Yeah.
unlike Captain America, Iron Man, yeah, okay, I know those are household names. These heroes, I have no idea who they are, so they have to work extra hard to convince people to give it a chance.
So, Grae, have you watched WandaVision?
I tried, but I it's like in the first episodes, like I don't know, they're focusing on that whatever state that the two heroes are. It's like this is taking so just bring me to what's actually going on. So I ended up stopping. But should I give it a go? Should I try to watch it?
So Agatha Harkness is the villain, is the bad guy in the show.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so it's a opposite of a Scarlet Witch. And I guess there was like this song that they made that was, I guess for some reason is like super popular. It's called like it was yeah, right. Someone said it was Agatha all along. Is they basically made like a stupid like song out of it and everyone loved it. And for some reason people were buying it on like iTunes music or some shit like that. I'm like, it's so dumb. And I didn't even know who the fuck Agatha Harkness was before the show. So the fact that they're making a TV show about it, maybe they're trying to do like what Loki is doing, maybe sympathize, maybe she has her own reason, but like Agatha Harkness is just a really crappy, like crappy character in my opinion. Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool 3 kicked off production in London during the strike, and Captain America New World Order continued its own shoot after starting production in March. The MCU projects that are raring to commence production aren't the only ones affected by the WGA strike, though, as plenty of other Marvel movies may have their development stunted with the ongoing events such as Fantastic Four and the upcoming Avengers movie. Yeah, for me, the only one that I actually care about is Deadpool 3. That's the only one I actually
Yeah,
care about. But
yeah,
that movie better be rated R, man.
yeah. Especially with Hugh Jackman in it. It better be
Yeah.
rated R.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Someone said something earlier right here. Yeah, Sailor Mercury. Yeah, rated PG-13 Blade is dead on arrival. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. Rated. You have to show blood and like. I don't know. We can do like green blood, like what they did with Morbius. Was it green or blue blood or some shit? Wasn't that thing like super bad? But it
Yeah, I
became a
didn't
meme.
see it. Yeah, but the funny thing with Morbius, like Sony had the audacity to show it on theaters twice. Like, oh, people said that it'll be good now, so let's show it again in theaters.
It's
That's so
Morbin time.
yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, let's see. Southpaw, yo, Salty Army, yo, hope you're doing well, dude. Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I think a lot of the superhero stuff is like I said, I don't think it's superhero fatigue. I think just the fatigue of shitty writing and just shitty fucking like CGI and stuff like that. And the fact that you guys are a multi-billion-dollar company, like
Yeah,
you shouldn't have any of that
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Why
But
are people excited for the Spider-Man game if superhero fatigue is currently ongoing? It's not. It's not.
yeah, Spider-Man 2, PS5 looks pretty good with
Yeah.
Venom. But what's it called again? Grae, are you going to watch The Flash starring Ezra Miller?
Uh, Ideally through other sources, since it's an Ezra Miller movie at the end of the day, but maybe if I don't, if that's something we want to do, then I'll probably.
Mhm.
Yeah, but in my personally, I don't want to support a movie with Ezra Miller on it. It's like, I
Yeah,
mean, that guy
absolutely.
is it's like he's top tier scumbag in Hollywood. Like he's number one in my opinion. He's number one. It's
Mm,
like number one extreme privilege. It's like you have Jonathan Majors who did something. Well, assuming he did it, it's like he did something far less severe. Yet he's getting the boot. Yet you
yep.
have this guy who did absolutely insane stuff. Yet he still gets this movie.
Yeah,
That's how I
man.
feel.
Let's see. Alec Ballenfinger said, Morbius was ironically non-bad. I'm trying to I'm trying to figure out what that means. Let's see. Lost Sales said, just imagine a world where entertainment wasn't poisoned by ideology. Oh man, imagine you just made good movies.
Mhm.
Is it that hard just to make good, fun movies? See,
Oh,
Deadpool
that's
3
good.
is rated R. Good. It has to be
Yeah,
rated R, or
yeah.
it won't be good.
It's it won't work.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not paying money to see Ezra Miller twice in a. Oh yeah, he's there twice.
It, yeah.
All right. But let's go ahead and talk about this. Let's see. There's some bounding in the comics. The Flash, starring Ezra Miller, predicted to have an anemic $70 million domestic opening weekend. Woof. Do you think is it because of people just don't like Ezra Miller, or do you think people have just lost faith in DC movies?
I would say it's both. I would say it's both. Like for me, if a kind of I'm a normie. I consider myself an absolute normie. If
Mhm,
me, I wouldn't want to see it because of Ezra Miller. What more? I'm in my head. It's like what more for people who's more into this stuff. It's like, do they want to? Are they? Do they want to pay money to support someone like Ezra Miller? It's like I
mhm.
think it's having a strong effect on the brand itself. It's like it. It's like it's kind of baffling that these like go. We put in too much money on this already, so we gotta keep Ezra Miller despite everything he did, which is it's absurd. It's like you would someone who did a lot of really absurd stuff, a lot of insane crap. He's hurt so many people. It's like despite that, you're bringing in him in as a superhero of all roles. You're making him a
Mhm.
superhero. Like it's like yeah, man. It's like I don't know. I don't think I want to support something like this.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Sailor Mercury said less than even the Little Mermaid. That is sad. Yeah, the fact that this movie is gonna make less than Little Mermaid, because according to what I heard, because I was listening to when Chris Gore was on I think he was on Nerdrotic, and he was talking because he Chris Gore was able to watch the Flash earlier, and he says that the first like third of the movie is like the first hour or so is sort of boring, but the last hour and 20 minutes is like really good. So that's the shitty part, right? They said that they basically Chris Gore basically said I'm gonna. They said that once Michael Keaton shows up, the movie gets really good. Like I'm not gonna spoil anything just in case anyone wants to watch it, but like he didn't spoil too much. But like he's saying that like once Michael Keaton shows up as Batman, he said that he couldn't stop smiling, and I'm like, oh, I want to watch it, but I don't want to pay money for it. But I
Yeah.
did. but I did it for Little Mermaid though, so it's already too late for it was already too late. We sort
Well,
of fucked up
well,
already.
well. Halle Bailey's nothing. As like she's because for me she's way in a way better position than Ezra
Mhm.
Miller. So it's like morality wise, it's fine. It's like it's okay to pay for something like Little Mermaid, but paying for this guy is like
Yeah.
uh yeah
Yeah. You're basically funding his, child endangerment, fucking
yeah
kidnapping, and all that crazy shit, right?
yeah
Yeah, see, that's what we're dealing with morons, cowards, and drug addicts. Yeah, man, it's wild. See, Sailor Mercury says Chris Gore seemed to like the second half of the film. I do want to see the Michael Keaton parts, but I don't need to see this film in theaters. Yeah, I would just wait. Right, I'm pretty sure after like 2 or 3 months, it's going to be on HBO Max, or you can probably stream it somewhere else.
yeah.
So, okay, let's go ahead and actually read this. The Hollywood Reporter reports the film is pacing to open in the $70 million range, according to sources who have access to tracking data. Furthermore, the report claims that insiders say that a soft number for a movie that's been heavily promoted by Warner Brothers Discovery as the best superhero film of all time. That's crazy, man. Of all time. Like, this is like, it's like you're basically saying this is better than Infinity War, better than fucking Winter Soldier, which is really good. It's
I, I I don't know. I think that's a bit much in my opinion. It's like despite even though a lot of people are saying I think that's a bit much. It's kind of like how Marvel is hyping up Quantumania. It's like it's super important for Phase 5, which wasn't. It really wasn't.
mhm,
So that's my take. It's like maybe it'll be good, but not that crazy good.
mhm,
That's how I see it.
yeah. The new report flies in the face of long-range tracking predictions from Box Office Pro that predicted the film would gross between 115 million and 140 in its opening weekend. The outlet explained their predictions at the time, claiming the movie was benefiting from a wave of mostly positive reviews out of early industry screenings, as well as social media support from the likes of DC's new co-chief James Gunn. They also pointed to the nostalgia factor with Michael Keaton and Ben Affleck returning as Batman. Further underpinning positivity in box office prospects is the return of Michael Keaton in his iconic role as Bruce Wayne slash Batman, as well as the advertised cameo by Ben Affleck. Not adverse, sorry, advertised cameo by Ben Affleck and his version of the same role. But that's not, according to what I heard, that's not the only cameo we're getting. I heard we're
Yeah,
getting, according to Chris Gore, he said every cameo that you can think of in the past that are even rumored to be a movie from the past is in this movie.
Oh,
So
so they pulled off like a No Way Home.
yeah, they basically saying that
Uh,
he's basically comparing this to No Way Home. Like once all the Peter Parkers were in the same on screen at the same time, it's sort of like it became really, really good.
mhm.
Right. And I guess rumor has it, this is from Deadline. The Flash has an unexpected super cameo by a superstar actor. Spoiler alert, it takes a super actor to play Superman. So it's that so it is that the upcoming film version of The Flash has reached back to the past and cast is casting for the Man of Steel. So according to what I heard, Nicolas Cage will play Superman,
Yeah.
making a return to the role for Cage, who was cast in Tim Burton's Superman Lives 25 years ago.
Yeah,
Yo,
that got me curious.
yeah. So, Joseph, I'm gonna answer Joseph Allen's right now. Why can't I super chat? Because we are not monetized right now. Because
Yeah,
we are still relatively early. Like
yeah,
we have less than 2,000
yeah. We're pretty
subscribers
much 3,000 already at this point, so we're still lacking
or
less
watch
than
hours. Yeah.
Yeah, less than 1,000 watch hours so that we can hit the partnership program, which is what we're gunning for, hopefully by July.
Yeah. So yeah, so in short, we are like Grace said, we're almost at 3,000 watch hours. I think maybe in a month or so we'll hit 4,000, and then we'll have to apply for the partnership program, get the whole Google AdSense stuff, and then it will happen.
Yep.
Yep. In short, what Alec Baldwin's finger says, we're virgins.
There we go.
It's our first time, so it's gonna be very tight. Sorry. I'll stop. Oh shit. But yeah, so quote, Nick was absolutely wonderful, Muschietti said. Although the role was a cameo, he dove into it. I dreamt all my life to work with him, and I hope I can work with him again soon. He is a massive Superman fan, a comic book fanatic. Cage isn't the only veteran returning in a cameo. Michael Keaton will reprise his role as Batman, which he played in '89 and '92, and Ben Affleck is also on board as Batman in a DC multiverse twist. The Flash opens up in theater June 16th, so it's about like 2 weeks from now. So, but yeah, it's that's gonna be wild, man. I'm actually excited to see it, but like I said, I don't want to pay for it. I
Yep.
don't want to fund
We're
Ezra
in
Miller.
we're 100% in the exact same position. It's like by the feedback's like okay, it's like it's kind of getting me excited too, but yeah, it's like I'm not gonna go to the mall, pay for parking, pay for the ticket just to support Ezra Miller. It's like, oh no, I don't want
Mhm.
to support that guy. I really don't.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna go and read a couple comments. Let's see. The multiverses and retcons is also the reason manga kicked US comics ass. Yeah, it's because I think a lot of comic books, especially DC, right? Like I loved a lot of the what's it called again? The injustice stuff that DC did for a little bit, but now I feel like they're using as a crutch where if they ever fuck up on anything, oh, we can just use Flash to reset time or something like that. It seems like such a cop out. But according to Chris Gore, he says that it's it's not going to happen, which I hope not, is because like if you are gonna make it happen, right? It can't happen for the next like 10 years minimum. It's it's because if the whole James Gunn verse is going to happen, you need he basically said everything is gonna be tied in together, including the TV shows and the animated TV shows. You need time for it to fucking
Develop it.
boil. Let them
Yeah.
cook, right?
Yep. Yep.
Let's see. Lost Tale
I,
says Nicolas Cage is just a superstar at this point. Yeah, go ahead,
yeah.
Gray. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, it suddenly it kind of suddenly dawned on me like when you mentioned the gun versus James Gunn is everything's tied together. It's like I'm just it just sank into me now. It's like since we're getting the Flash movie super soon,
Mhm.
I don't know. What do you think is gonna happen to the Blue Beetle movie? It's like since everything has been reset already for the gun movie. So why even bother releasing this movie that's gonna have nothing to do with future installments? So it's like I don't know. It's like how it's gonna do so badly then if that's the case. Like I would have thought that Blue Beetle would come out first before
Yeah.
they reset everything. But now that the reset happens first before Beetle comes out, that's that the odds are so against that movie then.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's like, why were you doing that? It's sort of like releasing Black Widow after Endgame. No one's
Yeah,
gonna fucking care. It's
yeah.
like you're not tied into like you have Blue Beetle and you also have Aquaman 2, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
You have 2
yeah.
movies that are not gonna be tied into the James Gunn verse. So does it still make sense?
Well,
Like there was a rumor that Zack Snyder is trying to sell Zack
Snyder.
Snyderverse to like Netflix or something like that so he can finish it. But is that even going to happen? Right?
Yeah.
Uh let's see. Taylor Mercury said Nick Cage as Superman is great. I kind of want to see that canceled Tim Burton Superman. I want to see how crazy he is. He's like, I want to see why I'm not in that movie. I want to see him get like super crazy. Oh, I wonder if Christian Bale Batman is in it too. So I don't know. I heard his bike is in it. I heard his
That's a good
motorcycle is in
question.
it, so it could be. Right? So,
Yeah. Yeah, that would be
yo,
dope if it is.
yo, Joseph Allen, can't wait for super chats. You guys don't need to super chat. The fact that you guys are here, but the fact that you guys want to super chat, or anyone who wants to super chat, we really, really appreciate that. But yeah, like we prefer you guys not to super chat because you guys can save your money. But if you guys want to, we're not gonna stop you. All right, let's see. Blue Beetle looks bad to me. Yeah, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. Let's see. Do a Blue Beetle Booster Gold buddy cop movie. I would be all for that because they said that they're going to make a Booster Gold TV show or a movie. And Booster Gold is like a very self-aware comedy guy, he's like superhero, and he's supposed to be really cool. I don't know too much of him, but I know of his personality. And I think the first person I have in mind that can play that is Chris Pratt. He sort of already looks like him too. He has like curly hair. Yeah, so it could be really, really cool. Let's see, it's just all gonna be multiverse shit. DC can get away with it. They'll probably tie it in if they need to. True. I'm pretty sure they can add in like a last minute like shot at the end of like Blue Beetle that like you see fucking Barry Allen like zipping by, and you're like, oh shit, Flashpoint. And then
Yeah.
same thing with Aquaman.
Aquaman, yeah.
Because I heard that Jason Momoa is still going to be in DC, but he's going to be actually playing the character I want him to play,
Yeah,
which is
Lobo.
Lobo.
Yeah.
Jed from Geeks and Gamers had your shirt on today. Yeah, I saw. They
Oh,
were playing
wow.
pool. Yeah, they were playing
Oh.
pool, and then I saw him wearing the shirt. I'm like, yes, yes, that's awesome.
Wow.
Let's see. Alan Voss said Nick Cage is the greatest actor of our time. To be honest, though, I think he is. A lot of people give him a lot of crap for how crazy he is, but I actually, it's like the type, like people will watch his movies just because he's in it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? What's that new one that he's like a vampire, like a Dracula or something? Or that one's pretty funny.
Renfield? Is it Renfield?
Yeah, I think it's Renfield. Yeah, I heard people said that was like a wacky movie.
There's even a spin-off game out of it, and it's getting good reception.
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't really look into it because I didn't watch the movie either.
See, Lost Tale says, "Nice try, Philip. You know you want our money. We'll give you our money gladly." Well, I think
we want to make sure that you get the most value out of it if that happens.
Yeah, and like if we are gonna like spend more time and stuff like that, like we want to do stuff that's like for members only, and make sure our emotes are good and doesn't look half-assed or anything, and make sure you guys have enough videos and content. And if so, like if things go well or something like that, then like maybe later on we can do like multiple live streams, or I can take one night off of like just streaming on Twitch instead, and we can just do a live stream with Grae to see how he is. But yeah, we'll probably discuss that more in the future though.
Yeah.
I said this before last week, I think, but because of Flash's existence, DC films can contradict everything that happens in their plots because they can just use Flash to change it. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, right here. Free get out of jail card. Yep. Let's see. Yeah, Renfield. Alec Baldwin said, I couldn't finish it. Just JK said, Nick Cage is a seriously underrated actor. I think so. I do. Was it Rock was really good? Con Air was really good. I did like Face Off because him and John Travolta are crazy.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of his older stuff is really good. I do like that. Do I stream on Rumble? So I've been researching on how to do it. Like you have to upload like a minute clip, and then you take the actual like streaming, like the stream key, and then you have to put it into StreamYard, and then you have to. It's a weird thing, but we're gonna try in the near future to try to do that. We do have a Rumble account. Everything here is mirrored onto Rumble as of right now. But if we want, we can go. We can try to test it out maybe next week or the following week.
Yeah.
Let's see. I will fight anyone who disagrees with me that Nick Cage is the greatest actor of your time.
Well,
I think he's extremely underrated for sure. Really, really underrated. Let's see. Nick Cage is in Vampire's Kiss was great. Yeah, and Lord of War. Was Lord of War the one where he's like in Russia and he's selling a bunch of like Kalashnikov like AK-47s? Was that the one you're talking about? I know that one's really good. Okay. Joseph said Rumble is the next thing in my opinion.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of trending people saying, I'm moving my stuff. Clownfish is making a huge push to Rumble. So
Yeah.
yeah,
And I heard what's it called again? I forgot who I was listening to. It might have been Tim Pool or Decent Gamers or something like that, or even Erotic. They said that they're trying to they're trying to push for because as of Rumble is very as right now is how I see it, is very political. It's all like political talk, like Russell Brand's there, and I know Steven Crowder's there and stuff. But I know that they're trying to push for more like gamer stuff, anime stuff to make it more like YouTube, which is
yeah.
which is
I
which
would
would be really
I would
good.
be all over it if they really do it. But as of now, I also see it as more of a politics thing. But I could be wrong. It's just that I might not be aware. I'd love to put more gaming stuff and more anime stuff in Rumble, or yeah, try to at least try to do something like that.
Yeah, so Alec Baldwin's finger said, "Yep, okay, yeah." So the Lord of War is the Kalishnikov one. That'd be pretty cool. Let's see. Ricada does a good job at converting his audience to Rumble. Yeah, Ricada's great. Let's see. Do an audience guest thing for a certain amount. Yeah. Yeah, we could definitely talk more about it. Like, we can have like we have someone come on as a guest, and then we can just talk, shoot the shit, and just like talk about random stuff, right? You see, Rumble is
Yeah,
very political.
yeah,
Hmm.
I'd love to bring Bone Bridger back because I've been seeing his videos. Yeah, do subscribe to Bone Bridger, guys. His videos are really good in my opinion.
Hmm.
He's highly underrated. He deserves more subs in my opinion, a lot more than he actually has right now.
Oh, Lord of War is based off of the guy that traded for Britney. Oh shit! You mean that guy? That fucking guy was considered I think the Death Merchant or some shit like that. That was his nickname. Merchant of Death. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, holy shit, really? That's so crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Rumble needs more variety outside of politics. Yeah, I think once that happens, it's gonna get big. Like they do have some gun stuff there because I know that YouTube is very anti-gun when it comes to like how to install something or how to build something, right? Because Iraq veteran 8888, like they put up a video over there which I watched, like how to actually like complete your P80s. So like you can't watch that on YouTube is because they'll ban that shit. Or what actually I was Rumble today and the front page was nothing but video games. That's good. We need more of that. We
Yeah.
definitely need more of
It's
that.
like when I tried to check Rumble, it's like it's full of let's play, not really the essays that I kind of want. That's mostly on YouTube. But if
Mhm.
there's a growing audience for that, like kind of like my Grey Blade channels, like I want more content that's more in line with that on Rumble. If that's the case, then I will try to make the push on Rumble for sure.
Yeah. If that's the case, and then I'll do like a test stream maybe next week to see how it works. But yeah, it'll be pretty cool. Yeah, Sailor Mercury said, "Yeah, I enjoyed Bone Bridger." Yeah, he's pretty cool. Like, I know that he was busy when he was on, but the fact that he was able to come on for like an hour and a half was really nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
Merchant
he
of
has
Death.
actually.
Mhm,
Actually excited for his project. Like he's trying to write a script. He's using the income he makes on YouTube to write a story. So I'm
mhm.
excited to hear more about that. Yeah, but he makes really good videos, like 3 minute video, 4 minute video, but it's highly engaging and entertaining, in my opinion.
Yep, agreed. Well, in that case, it would be nice. Rumble has a history and continue watching their apps version, both mobile and devices. Yeah, I think I haven't checked out their stuff. I know that a couple of people also stream games there, but it's sort of like people who are like transitioning from Twitch to Kick. Like they're finding more of their stuff there, and I think I think it'll be pretty nice.
Yeah,
Let's
competition is
see.
good.
Yeah.
Competition is always good.
Rumble needs to completely revamp their website. Yeah, I think it needs to be a little bit more user friendly. And some
Yeah,
some some stuff is very like weird. It's like it doesn't feel like intuitive, like how
yeah,
YouTube is, right? But plus,
yeah.
granted, YouTube has been around for like so long.
For yeah, that too.
Let's see. Do you guys do you either of you guys live in an area with good gun laws? I do not. I live in California.
It's guns aren't really a thing here for us in the Philippines, so it's not a hot topic compared to you guys. So
Mhm.
I can't really say for certain. I can't really vouch personally on our gun laws here in the Philippines.
Yeah. Yeah, I live in California and our gun laws are I thought we are the worst ones. No, man. I think Washington State's up there now. Let's see. Yeah, you watch Iraq Vet. Yeah, we watch Iraq Veteran 8888. It's like one of the first gun channels I found, like other than Demolition Ranch. Let's see. If you guys are just joining us, leave a like. Yes, please do. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that, Lost Tales. Really appreciate it. Let's see. Rumble is glitchy for me. It's glitchy for me on the phone. The phone app is sort of glitchy. I think the website's way better, but yeah, their phone app is that definitely needs to be better. Yeah, California. Yep, absolutely, man. Let's see. Blame Marcos for gun control here in the Philippines.
Oh, I've been out of the loop in Philippine politics for the longest time, so I have no idea what's going on in that department. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I should take a look at it more.
Yeah. Yeah, New Jersey sucks. Yeah, New Jersey definitely sucks. Uh it like I heard it's like even if you just bring a gun, like you're traveling in between states, you're going from like maybe like New York to New Jersey, but you need to go to like Georgia or like North Carolina. If the cops pull you over and you have a gun, they can arrest you for that just for crossing their state lines. That's why a lot of people would like just go around go around New Jersey. I heard New Jersey's pretty bad. See, I never noticed it, but Philip's animated photo for the channel logo looks like he's having
He
what?
kind of it. If you drop a subscribe on Twitch.
You'd be like, you just be like, oh. Sorry. Let's see. Dude, much love from San Diego. Yo, man, San Diego. Yo, what's going on, dude? Yeah, I heard what's it called again? Gary used to be down he used to live down in San Diego after he moved from San Francisco. And I forgot which Mexican restaurant, the burrito restaurant that he mentioned that's supposed to be really, really good there. But I want to try it out. He said he said every time he goes down to San Diego, he always gets like a burrito from there or something. But I want to try it. Yeah, it's Grae Filipino. Yeah, Grae's Filipino.
Yeah.
Are you full?
Yeah. Take a look at my window. Why is it so bright? Because I am in the other side of the world.
Yep. True. Let's see. Just remember, no matter what law says, you don't have to listen. Yeah, it's more like guidelines and uh let's see how many new subs you need to super chat. I think the threshold for not I think, but the threshold in order for you to get partnered on YouTube is a minimum of 1,000.
Yeah, which we
So
already have.
yeah,
We're only missing the watch hours, which
yeah,
I'm kind of projecting it's like mid to end of July we'd probably hit it.
yeah.
But the sooner of course sooner the better. But yeah.
Yeah, so once that happens, I'll get an email. We'll get an email and it'll be like, "Oh, you can apply for partnership now." So once you apply for partnership, they also make you sign up for AdSense. So we will start having ads like whenever you watch our live streams or our segments, we'll all have ads, but just make sure you get an ad blocker so you know so you don't have to watch the ads. But yeah. Let's see. Looks like Philip has become a new good thing. Has become the new good thing I have live in California. Yeah. California back in the day is a lot better. California is gone to shit now, but like I don't live in the city. Like I live away from LA. I'm in Southern California. Let's see. Yeah, the only good thing I got in California is my family, MVP, Latino slant, prayer you, film threat, and now you. Now me. Oh, yo, thanks, dude. That means a lot. That definitely means a lot. Yeah, prayer you is here, which is pretty cool. And I know that I think Amala is here too, and she's part of prayer. Yeah, you're over 1.8. Yeah, we're over 1.8. We just
Yeah.
need the watch hours.
Yeah, that's the two requirements. Like not one at least 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch out. You need to meet two. But there's an alternative if you don't want to reach the 4,000 watch hours, which is 10 million views in your shorts in 3 months, which is insane. We'd rather do the watch hours, which is a lot more feasible. Which we're getting really, really close.
Yeah, I would say by the end of the week we'll probably hit 3,000. I would
Yeah,
say by end
no,
of this week.
we already did just in this live stream alone because we get a huge chunk of watch hours from our live streams. So we
Yeah,
probably hit it already. We're probably over 3,000 already.
yeah, and I remember Jay said that like since we do live streams, we'll eventually get there. It just really depends on how much live stream you do, right, and how
Yeah.
many people watch, and like we want to sort of be like cognizant of like all the other live streams that are going on. We don't want to do it on Tuesday nights. We don't want to do it on Monday nights. Wednesday nights we're not sure. Thursday nights we're not sure. We don't want to do it on Friday nights because those are like Saturday nights is the only one we do it because we've been doing it on Saturday for a while, and people said that they don't watch Flashcast too often. But I'm like, because I know Jay's on Flashcast, and I know Flashcast goes on for a while too. So like, we want to make sure that like we're not overlapping them because I know that we share a lot of audience with
Yeah.
those guys. Like those guys are way bigger than us, and we want to make sure that you guys, if we're happy that you guys are watching us, don't get us wrong, but if I were, I'm not sure, I'm not sure about you, Grae, but for me, if both channels are live, I'd rather have you guys watch them because they're way more entertaining than us. But the
Yeah.
fact that you guys are here, we're really appreciative.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. San Diego is the normal member of California family, and Grae, I am too Filipino. Yo, we get some of that Pinoy action.
Yeah. Ever since we got a shout out from FNT because I went all the way there, right, to meet up. Because like it was brought up, it's like I heard someone from the Philippines went. That's when a lot of Filipinos started subscribing to us when they found out that I was from the Philippines.
Yeah, yeah, and it's we met Lazado. I forgot his first name already, but we met him, or we met, I think it's Mitch Lazado. We met him. He was like
Yeah.
he was another YouTuber. He's pretty cool. And he met us and he interviewed us, which is pretty cool. Yeah, at the FNT meetup. Let's see. You just need to upload a clip of when I talked about Harry Potter and yeah, it's weird, man. Like the algorithms, like what they push out and what they don't. Like they are really suppressing people who are talking about like Dylan Mulvaney and like the LGBT stuff. They don't like when people talk about it. And but for some reason our Mario ones do really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
And the
surprised.
Cleopatra ones too.
I'm surprised. Actually, I was expecting the Mario 1993 review. I didn't expect it to get almost 400 is a lot for me. It's
Mhm.
like I didn't expect that to get that many views for a movie that's 30 years old.
Yeah. See, it's like I'm not in the US, I'm in Mexico, but I wasn't born in Mexico. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I love the only time I've ever been down to Mexico was when I would take the cruise down to Ensenada. Let's see, Grae, from one Filipino to another. What's your opinion on
Philippines.
Philippines?
Philippines.
Philippines?
I
Oh
hope that's
no.
not trend. I hope that's not trendy. That sounds absolutely terrible. That's sounds like crap.
And that's the reason why I mentioned before, like we want to be called chinks. CHINX. Let's see. Do a sleep stream and I'll running. Wasn't there a guy on Twitch that basically like he basically slept and whenever someone donates to him, it wakes him up? Like people
Yeah,
donate.
yeah.
Oh, that was so funny. See, yeah, that's crazy though. That one, the Philip Pinks, that's wild. Yo, 21 Palika, hail chat and hail Eggroll. Yo, what's going on? Hope you're doing well. So yeah, US is my place of birth, but and uh the state from and born in the belly of the beast. Yeah, California. Yeah. No, I don't watch Flashcast. Yeah, his intros are like 20 minutes long. I tried watching one of them. I was like, dude, it's like 30 minutes and it's still the intro. It's like, holy shit. But see, I'm just curious because I love to live stream. I watch all you geeks. I'm a geek also. Yeah. I think I think the fact that like everyone just sort of like coming together, may it be that we agree with the stuff that we watch, but like overall we have the same mindset, right? We just like cool shit,
Yeah,
make cool shit, don't ruin stuff.
yeah, my tip is just do it. Just as long as you have the mindset of continuous improvement and what you can do to actually provide entertaining content to people. Because like especially on Twitch, there's this culture that if I just go live and play video games, that's it. I'm gonna the more I do it, the more I'll grow. So I just need to keep on grinding, which
Mm-mm,
is an incorrect mindset. It's like
not for
a
Twitch.
lot of people, a lot of streamers on Twitch do. That's like that's not the correct mindset. It's like you have to think of it like a business. Like how can I be better? What content can I do to make it's actually entertaining? How can I be more? How can I make more compelling content for me to watch? That's not so I recommend just think of it that way. Then just start as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if you don't have a webcam or your webcam is crappy. Just do it. Someone will if you have the mindset that you want to be better, you want to be entertaining, somebody's gonna watch your stuff.
Yeah.
That's my tip.
And the thing is that I'm gonna piggyback off of what Grace said. Yeah, I would just do it. And the fact that you don't know who's watching.
Yeah.
You don't know who's watching, right? I believe when we started, we had like 2 to
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
4 viewers.
One to two people in chat. Then little did we know that Jay was actually watching us. That's
Yeah.
where it got the ball rolling for this channel.
Yeah, he said that he was our 80th or 100th subscriber, and this was back in December. And
Yeah.
then all of a sudden in January, he popped up in chat and just says hi.
Just a hi. We thought it's like, no, that's gotta be a troll account.
Yeah, that's a
No
fake
way.
account. We're
No way.
all of a
That's
sudden I was like, no way that's drunk 3P
no,
up.
yeah, no.
But yeah, and then afterwards, I just popped up in his live stream when he goes live on Saturday, and I was like, "Yo, thank you so much for just hanging out." And he
Yeah,
just shouted us out right there. And then all of a sudden we got like 2 to 300 subscribers instantly. And then we got
yeah,
s- we- and then we went from 2 to 3 viewers up until like 8 to 10. And
yeah,
it was like our average for a little bit. And then he would just shout us out whenever I just say anything in like Tuesday night's main event or anything like that. And then he'll just he keeps saying Project Eggroll, and we sort of became a meme.
yeah.
And like we can't thank Jay enough. Like no matter how much like we say it, like it's never gonna be enough. Is because if it wasn't for him,
Mhm.
like if Jay just
Yeah,
being Jay, just being a nice guy,
yeah,
we would still
yeah,
probably be at like maybe 500, maybe 200 subscribers at
yeah, and
most, I would say.
we never would have gone to the meetup. I never would have met you in real life. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, but in short, just do it, just try. You don't know, people will watch, just be entertaining,
Yeah.
and you don't have to do it for a long time either. Just do it for like an
Yeah.
hour first to
Yeah,
see,
yeah,
and just
and
go at your own
yeah,
pace.
if cost is also your concern, you don't need expensive equipment. You just need a microphone. Yeah, you don't even need a camera. If you're really good at if you're striving to be funny, if you talk about relevant topics, you're gonna find people will find your stuff, and eventually they're gonna tune in on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I used to watch Flashcast. I tune out though when some of the Comicsgate types show up. Yeah, like I only watch like a little bit of Flashcast. I think it's a very relaxing and like calm stream in my opinion, and everyone's camera is mostly turned off most of the time. And then, but I know that you do have some eye candy that shows up, like what's it called again? And she's also a very good artist too, which is freaking awesome. It's Anna, that Star Wars girl, and she shows up, and then you're like, oh, okay, it gets more interesting. But they stream for a while, and they're probably still alive right now. But I never watched Flashcast. Is it? I watched Flashcast Rewind, but would rather support you guys first. Yo, thank you, man. I definitely
Yeah,
appreciate that.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I found out about you guys when yeah, Lila Hart
Yeah,
shouted
yeah,
you guys.
yeah.
Yeah,
When we saw her, yeah,
yeah.
she
She
made that.
she she came up to Grae first, and then he's like, "Hey," she's like, "You guys are Project Eggroll, right?" He's like, "I'm Filipino." Like, "You're
Oh
Filipino. I'm
yeah, yeah,
Filipino
yeah, yeah,
too."
correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
She's such a sweetheart. She's so nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we're like she mentioned oh like she would love to be on our live stream, but the thing is that like She's a
So
comedian
busy. Yeah,
and
she's
she's super
traveling.
busy. But the thing is, that, and
Yeah,
like, if she does come on, like, we can't pay her right now because we don't get any revenue from this right now. So like, if like let's say if like half the I don't know super chats or the subs go to her, right? We can't give any of that to her because we don't have any, So
yeah,
not subs, but like memberships and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I feel bad if she can't like get any of that, and we wasted her time, and
yeah. Okay.
I don't want that, right?
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting pretty close.
Yeah. Yeah, see, as Latino, Philippines
Yeah,
reminds me of
exactly.
Latinx. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Latinx is like, I know a lot of people hate that, like, super, super hate it. I see, doing fine, thank you. Yo, yeah, I hope you're doing well, dude. Yeah, his intro kills me, but I like those dudes, especially, EVS. Yeah, he's funny. Yeah. Like, his intro, he talks about the rose, right? With, like, it was like a Star Trek thing and, like, a rose, and then all of a sudden, like, Alex Jones shows up. Like, he talks about how he's, like, talking about frogs and stuff. But yeah, it's a wild. Let's see, that explains why Grae has a Hispanic sounding accent.
yeah. Yeah. I get that because like it's not like the super strong, super incredibly thick English, like kind of like Phil. It's because yeah, it's my English is more for Philippines. The
Yeah,
accent is more for Philippines.
unless like unless you're like my like mother-in-law. She's like her accent, she's like, "When you got to the Philippines, you cut off your finger. What are you doing? What are you doing, anak?" Right? Yeah, but my mother-in-law is really funny. Let's see. I was the most important subscriber, don't lie. True. Yeah, you were one of the earlier ones. Like, I think everyone is a very I think each and every one of you is very important,
Yeah,
but, like, you were one of the earlier ones too. Like, I'm not sure if you came before Jay or during Jay when he said it, but, like, it's, the most important one is every one of you. I think the fact that we still have 27 people here, we're not talking about anything. We're just talking about the
yeah,
channel, and you guys are
yeah,
still hanging out. Yeah, it's we really appreciate you guys. Let's see. Oh, that's how you heard of us. Oh, okay. Yeah, yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Let's see. As for me, have more of a gringo sounding accent whenever I speak English. Oh, okay. I I don't know what's a gringo accent? I know what people use that term, but how's that sound like? Probably have to Google it. What's your both thoughts on the Little Mermaid movie? So Gray hasn't seen it yet, like the most recent. I have seen it earlier today, and I don't like a lot of the changes they did. I I hate the fact that they switched out who kills Ursula, which is a big like it's a big waste of Eric, is because that's the one telling thing that shows and illustrates to King Trident that Eric is the good guy. He doesn't want to kill us, and it should have been Eric, but they changed that. I think that's the one big thing I didn't like. Of course, all the CGI is pretty bad. The singing for Haley Bailey is pretty good. She plays a decent Ariel. She's not terrible, but like there's some good, but there's a lot of small bad things, which sucks. But yeah, it's a but yeah, Gray, let me know when you watch it. I think a comparison video would yield really good since it's still a hot topic for you to do.
yeah, yeah. I'll probably watch it later or tonight.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm about to watch John Wick 4. I watched it 2 days ago. Did you
Yeah,
watch it
me
yet,
too.
Gray?
Yeah,
Okay, we can talk a little bit about that.
yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. It's not. I I actually thought that people kind of were super hyperbolic with the action. I was expecting it like from beginning to end, it's like nonstop. But there was actually they were kind of stopping in the middle, and
Mhm.
it wasn't ultra super hyper intensive action that people were hyping it up. Yeah, a lot of action for sure, a lot of action. But it wasn't as
Don't spoil it because
it's
she's gonna watch it soon.
yeah, it's not as it's not as beginning to end as some of the reviews that make it out to be. But yeah, it's overall it's like if you want a swell time shooting a lot of people, yeah, you're gonna have a fun time for sure.
Yeah, I agree. it's a good movie. I would say John Wick 1 is probably still my favorite. It's very grounded
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. If you're
but
yeah,
John Wick 4 is
because
entertaining.
yeah. If you're looking for in terms of story, well, yeah, as Phil said, described it well grounded. It's still John Wick 1. John Wick 1 is still top tier. But if you're looking for over the top shooting, the not really the plot, then
Mhm.
yeah, you'll have a good time.
Yeah, let's see, the scuttlebutt song is retarded. Yeah, it's she is the worst part of the movie. She is absolutely the worst part is right. So what happens is that she, of course, she's like, okay, I need to entice them to start kissing, right? So, I'm gonna do my song. So in the animated one, Scuttle starts singing, and then Sebastian's like, you need to stop, and he starts doing the kiss the girl. And so after that, like the following morning, like she flies the bird flies into her room, like, and then she starts singing and wakes her up. I'm like, "Oh my god, dude!" Like, no one was laughing during that time. Like, I wasn't looking at people if they're smiling, but no one was laughing at the song. No one was like happy or anything like that. It's just so unnecessary, and it's also just not unnecessary. It's unnecessarily annoying that, and I God, her voice is not appealing. Right? It seems like she swallowed like a bag of dildos and then she put sand in her mouth on top of it. That's how it sounds like. That might be like a little bit too much though. That might have been too far for me. See, Grae isn't a real Filipino. He doesn't even know the language to cuss me out. The only thing I know is gago and butaninang. That's all I know.
Yeah, those are the most common ones. It's like those are the ones that naturally come out of people's mouths if something goes wrong.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I always hear like butaninang gago and just like gago in general.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
Yeah, that's like the equivalent of ass or asshole in English.
yeah. Yeah, but there's a hint of R word with the accent since I'm autistic and I have a bad communication skills. No, it should be okay though. Like the fact that you're still able to communicate to us and stuff like that, and it's good to us. But I do need to probably Google the Gringo accent though. Let's see. Yes, Tagalog. Yeah. Hey, sorry, I had to eat dinner. Oh, no worries, no worries. Um, do you like the Ninja Scroll anime? I've never watched it. Did you,
Yeah,
Grin?
I am not aware what that one is. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of anime and movies that I have not watched. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, I heard about it. I think my wife may have watched it, but I have to talk to her to see because she watched a lot. She watched more anime than I do. She's a pretty hardcore weeb. Um, what's it called again? Wait, so Gray, you mentioned that the plot or at least the synopsis of Indiana Jones 5 was leaked?
Yeah, though I did not research. I just saw it on YouTube. Like people are making videos about, but I did not research about it. But I think what I picked up on it's everything we expected it to be to the max. It's
Mhm.
as woke as it can be. That's my understanding of it. It's mega ultra woke as
Oh,
per
man.
Phoebe Waller Bridge.
Oh, no. Okay. Alright, so yeah, it looks like it was leaked on Reddit.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna read a little bit of it. So if for the people in the chat who actually doesn't want to hear the spoilers, if this is true, then it's pretty wild. So I'm gonna zoom in so you guys can see. So basically, I've been told that the movie climaxes with Mads Mikkelsen's character revealing to Indy that he plans to use the Dial of Destiny to turn back time and destroy the moon in the past in order to assure Nazi domination in the future. However, Indy manages to conjure up several time portals with the power of the dial and summons all of his old friends to help him. This scene includes numerous cameos from digitally de-aged Karen Allen and Kate Capshaw's Willie Scott, as well as a digital recreation of Sean Connery's Professor Jones and Den Holmes Elliott's Marcus Brody. I've been told that this has been done with the same technology used to recreate Peter Cushing's is in Rogue One. There are some emotional scenes between Indy and his father, so I've been told, and as well as comedic moments between the present day or version of Salah and his DH self, or Salah, sorry. Also, the big surprise cameos that I've been told that Disney and Lucasfilm want to keep top secret is the appearance of the 3 different DH indies from each of the original 3 movies. Raiders Indy, Temple Indy, and Crusade Indy all have a big action moment each, as well as a comedic scenes where they argue with the current Indy from this film. On top of all of that, I've been told that Tom Selleck's Indiana Jones which appears from an alternate universe. Supposedly, it is Selleck's Indy who sacrifices himself at the end, and not Ford's Indy as was originally thought. That would explain where that particular rumor sprang from. Voller, Mickelson's villain character, uses a dial and summons all of Indy's past villains from the previous movies, including Belloc, Major Tot, Mola Ram, and Walter Donovan. All these characters have either been de-aged or completely digitally recreated. I've also been told that Kate Blanchett's Irina Spalko is featured also, but has not been de-aged. In the end, Selleck's Indy dies to destroy the dial of destiny, and extinguishes a Voller from history, thus erasing his plan entirely. Normally, I would take these kind of rumors into consideration, so with a grain of salt, and I'm pretty sure it's cut off. If that is true, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's an insane synopsis. What do you think about that? That's really detailed though. Do you think that rumor is true?
Given that it premiered, yeah, as Denny said in Cans, I don't sure how to read it, but I get the feeling that it is. And given the reception it got from the
Mhm.
critics, it wouldn't surprise me. But then again, yeah, I need to watch Indiana Jones because I not even the first 3 I watched. So I'm gonna need to watch those 2. But
I heard I
yeah,
watched the first one. I didn't watch the other 2. It's good. It's good.
yeah, yeah. It's like people are saying the first 3 are good. Don't watch the Crystal Cave, then this
Crystal
one.
Skull.
Crystal
Crystal Skull.
Skull, yeah,
That's the one with Shia LaBeouf.
yeah.
Let's
Was
see.
the
Have you heard of Legal Mindset's new channel, Go East Gentleman? No, I know who Legal Mindset is, but I haven't seen his new
Yeah, I
channel.
just recently subbed to Legal Mindset, so I'm just getting to tune into him just very very recently.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's very woke. Yeah, I heard it was the. It's like I fought the Nazis. Yeah, you also stole from indigenous people. I'm like, oh shit, dude. Oh shit.
Yeah, so whenever if there's gonna be a Phoebe Waller-Bridge Indiana Jones, we can keep reasoning out. Oh, so you stole it from indigenous people. You stole you stole
Yeah.
whatever artifact that is from indigenous people.
Let's see. It wouldn't surprise me that the leaks are real since it premiered at Cannes.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
Cannes?
It's like the place where the critics saw it. That's why we're getting ratings right now, as early as now.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, they have like super early ratings, right? What do
yeah,
they have right now? Rotten Tomatoes,
yeah.
right? I'm just gonna go to it really quick.
So
Uh
it adds more credibility to that leak because there are several people who actually saw it already.
oh
So it's
shit. Oh man. So I'm gonna share this with you, chat. So the tomato meter for all critics is 51, but for top critics is 38.
dang 38.
Oof.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, it's by the way it's described, it's like bringing in back all those villains. You're gonna need a lot of time. It's like a 2-hour movie's not enough to flesh that out properly, in my
Is it
opinion.
only
But
2 hours? Oh yeah, 2 hours,
uh,
24 minutes. So
yeah,
they're basically trying to pull a No Way Home,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like bringing in the old stuff, nostalgia, nostalgia, nostalgia.
yeah.
It's like, dude, we get it. Are we gonna like they're already doing this with the Flash? Is it like, are they just gonna do this in the future? Like everything is gonna have nostalgia bait or something like that, and then
Yeah, it's gonna wear off quickly if they're all doing the same thing. It's
mhm,
like it'll work once, but it's not gonna work again if they're gonna keep doing it consecutively.
yeah. Let's see. Indiana Jones was done after the third movie, so 5 being bad doesn't bother you. Yeah, I heard like I believe I heard Neurotic said there's only 3 Indiana Jones movie, which is the first
Yeah.
3. Let's see. What was this? My dad went to Japan a lot as a kid. Ichi ni on Yongo Yoko Nana Hachi Kyutsu. How I learned oh, Ichi ni san shi go roku shichi hachi kyuju. Okay, yeah. Yeah, not you use Nana as well. Nana's fine as well. Ichi knees. Oh shit. Seriously, the Librarian franchise is super unknown and fantastic. What is the Librarian? You've been saying it for a little bit. What is that?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Let's see. If all that's true, it's going to be an awful movie. Yeah, it's oh man, it's gonna be like a clusterfuck. That's how I feel. It's gonna
Yeah.
be too much shit jammed. Like if it was like a 3-hour movie, I can see it. But it's a 2-hour. You have to introduce the new characters and then Dial of
Yeah, that's
Destiny, and then all of a sudden all the other characters come back. That's crazy.
yeah, the thing is with No Way Home, it's 3, right? 3 Spider-Mans. And that one's
Yeah.
like what I saw like how many villains is that? 5 or like 6 villains? Yeah, it's 2 hours is not enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. It sounds like they pulled a No Way Home with the villains in the last Indiana Jones movie. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like I've seen Go East Gentleman, and it's quite good. Cool. We'll check it out. Definitely do want to see. Definitely do want to see it. See, Denny Tate said it would be interesting to see Tom Selleck as Indiana Jones. He was George Lucas's first choice. I do like Tom Selleck. He has a mighty fine mustache. Big boys. The Librarians is pretty good. All right, that piqued my interest. We'll check it out. I'm gonna watch the movie first. It's awesome. Yeah, we'll definitely check it out for sure. Let's see. Okay. So according to what's it called again? I guess there's some controversy that's been happening for The Witcher, right? And I'm
Mm.
gonna talk about this one first, and then I'll talk about the renewed for season 5. They've been renewed for season 5. But
Oh, they really? All the way
yeah,
to season 5?
yeah,
Wow.
season 5 now. Yeah, so this is 9 hours ago. It's really recent.
Yeah,
Really
I
recent.
if there my thoughts on season 5 is like they might revoke it depending on the reception of season 4.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Let's see. Going to talk about this one. So rumor Netflix's Witcher season 3 to confirm Jaskier as bisexual will show him in a relationship with Prince
What?
Radovid. Isn't
Oh my god.
okay. Let Grae, isn't Dandelion from the video game supposed to be Jaskier?
Yeah.
Then it's fine. It doesn't. It's I have no issues with it. It's because Dandelion sleeps with a guy that cross dresses, right? Like that. Like
Yeah,
I know he's
but
a womanizer.
I can see Dandelion, yeah, it's fine, I suppose, but relationship with Radovid, I think it's kind of pushing it.
Yeah,
Why Radovid?
Isn't Radovid a bad guy?
Yeah, he's the bald guy. He's the bald guy in Witcher 2 and 3. Like he's kind of sadistic. He's kind of like he's a fan of mutilating people, and he's a fan of war, basically killing people. That's why he's a skilled tactician as well. That
Yeah.
then the line being in a relationship with that kind of person saying,
Yeah, like
I don't
I
know.
could see him like going around with like sleeping around with like random people. But
Yeah.
Radovid though, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go around and have sex with Dijkstra.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have sex with Dijkstra. I'm like, what? Oh shit, man. Let's see. Yeah. Oh bullshit. Yep. Yeah. Dandelion is gay, so I expected Jaskier to be similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gets almost, if not more, pussy. Yeah. He sleeps around with a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
That's funny. According to a new whisper, in hoping to entice anyone to check out their take on Andrei Sapkowski's fantasy novels in the wake of Henry Cavill's exit, the third season of Netflix The Witcher will not only reveal that fan favorite bard Jaskier is bisexual, but he also see him enter in a relationship with the series newcomer. Word of the apparent character development was first made public on May 24th, courtesy of the fantasy fiction centric news outlet Redanian Intelligence. We can confirm what some of our readers assumed long ago is true, wrote the site's main proprietor, an individual going by the handle Gravemaster. Jaskier is bisexual, and his paramour for The Witcher 3. The fact that it's Radovid is really fucking weird.
Yeah. I mean, it could literally be anyone else. Like any other side character, but it's Radovid of all people.
Yeah. And the fact that I actually
Yeah.
know these characters now, like because I
Yeah,
beat
right. You
Witcher
just
3.
yeah, you played Witcher. Now you could relate more to what crap that Netflix is doing on this franchise.
Yeah. First introduced in Sapolsky's fifth overall The Witcher novel Baptism of Fire, Radovid was originally shown to be the contentious young boy turned king of the Redanian realm. Having ascended to the throne at the age of 13 following the assassination of his father, King Vizimir, Radovid would eventually offer Geralt a bounty to help him find and kill the mastermind of his predecessor's murderer, the sorceress Philippa Ilhart. This is it, and this is where he rips off her eyes, right? Some shit like that.
Yep, that's Witcher 2, which the main yeah, the lodge. The
Let's
lodge is
see
the main
how.
plot.
However, Radovid's own obsession with with revenge and overall paranoia towards his reign would soon lead to his undoing, and the Mad King would eventually fall at the hands of the very Witcher he once sought to manipulate. Inspired by Sapolsky's original character, but not a wholesale adaptation of him, Netflix's version of Radovid, as set to be portrayed by British actor Hugh Skinner, will differ slightly in rather than being King Vizimir's son, he will be the ruler's cunning younger brother. Oh, they're changing lore.
Okay.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but they're changing shit all the time. So this is
Yeah.
not surprising to me.
I mean, yeah, it's so messed up already at this point. Maybe people just are so apathetic already. Like, yeah, just do whatever. Like, bring in aliens from outer space. People won't care anymore.
Oh shit. Gravemaster further noted that a scene seen in a previously leaked but now deleted audition tape for the role of Radovid submitted by the Shadow and Bone actor Jesse Badger, wherein the young prince is seen flirting with Jaskier, replete with a teasing request to the bard to show me how you play your instrument, had made it into the final cut of season 3, or at the very least, very close version of it. Yeah, this is like even more so. We're not gonna watch it now. Oh no, dude. Yo, diversity, inclusion, and equity. The die. Oh man, this is really bad. And I can see why Henry was like, "Fuck this shit. I'm done after the season.
Yeah.
Like I am done." Right? And that comes to this one right over here from the Decider. The Witcher
Oh,
seemingly
oh,
renewed
seemingly,
by
seemingly.
seemingly. So there's like rumored, right? So by
Yeah.
Netflix for season 5. This is 9 hours ago. This is really recent. As fans await season 3 of The Witcher, Netflix has already seemingly renewed the popular fantasy series for a 5th season. The show's casting director, Sophie Holland, confirmed the news in recent interview with Deadline. We're just about to start filming on season 4 with Liam Hemsworth, and there will be a short gap between, then we go straight to season 5. So that's what she said. Forthcoming 3rd season of the show will now be split into 2 parts. That's how they're gonna fucking get you, right? It's gonna come out in like what, a month or so, and then and then if you want to finish it, they're gonna fucking milk that shit and put it out at the end of the year,
Yeah.
right? See, Witcher 3 has promised to be a faithful adaptation, says no one. Oh man. Starting with season 4, Liam Hemsworth will take over as Geralt, and clearly the platform has faith that viewership will remain high despite the White Wolf's casting change. That's not surprising considering the hit series has been so successful that it spawned 2 spin-offs, The Nightmare of the Wolf and The Witcher. No, Blood Origin sucks dicks though. It sucks bags
Yeah.
of dildos.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's like they're gonna get the projections wrong all the time. These people are so out of touch. They just look at
Mhm.
an Excel spreadsheet. They don't really know what people are saying, or they don't want to hear what people have to say. They just absorb what they want to hear. So it wouldn't surprise me if that it's they're gonna backtrack on that season 5. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of bull in my opinion. That's
Yeah.
BS.
Let's see. I'm going back up a little bit. I think Mermaid Messiah asked if we've seen was that Archive 81 or something? Or yes,
Is
yeah.
that an incoming movie?
Yeah, Archive, yeah, please anyone seen Archive 81? Play that trailer. I've never used the word amazing, but I binged it times 2. I wanna make for trailers, it's sorta hard because like we've been getting like we got like a complete removal just for like playing some like Little
Yeah,
Mermaid
it
music.
probably depends who made it. If it's
Yeah,
like the bigger ones like Disney, yeah, it's gonna be copyright.
yeah. See, yep. Nagy says another nail in a coffin. Absolutely, man. That sucks. It's still pointless at this point. This isn't going to save the show. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
it'll do anything to save the show.
yeah, yeah. Remarkable confidence for them to say. Then we move on to season 5.
No.
Wow, they're so out of touch.
Surprised they waited 3 seasons. Netflix really wanted this from the beginning. Yeah. Now fuck off with that shit. Make your own bisexual character. Yeah, I didn't get the what's it called again? The dandelion ending. I got the daughter ending instead because
Yeah,
because Greg tricked me. I
no,
basically said, "Hey, if is there a harem ending?" And you guys said yes. And I'm like, "It's not gonna be like Persona 5, right?" You're like, "No." And then I got Persona 5. I was
well,
left alone.
Joker didn't get tied up in the bed, so
Oh
it's
yeah.
not the
It
same.
wasn't joke.
It's
Yeah, well technically he just got beat up.
so it's not the same as Persona 5.
Yeah. It would be more believable if it was Geralt himself, but this dude of all people is insane. Yeah. God, I'm so tired, but people push. Yep, true. It is very sad, very sad. I was out after the first season, the led up to Villain Trent Tenmirth. That's sorry if I butchered
Yeah, it's
that.
like
Was so much better in the books.
all I remember in season 1 of The Witcher is that the Nilfgaard armor say it looked like a scrotum scrotum armor. Yeah.
Okay. Book rather. The second one to be specific, Sword of Destiny. Honestly, haven't finished it yet. Yeah, how many books does The Witcher have? Like the actual books?
I
Like
think I think 7.
that's a good
7 or
amount. That's a lot of
yeah,
books.
yeah. Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Yeah, and all that source material and they felt that they could do better and insert identity politics.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna talk about a quick topic about the rings of power because this one was weird, super weird, and it came out a couple of days ago. And then we're gonna be talking about some serious stuff to close out the stream. But all right, so this one's from Variety. Rings of Power star Ismail Cruz Cordova says Amazon hired an on-set therapist to deal with racist racist backlash. Gray, how do you feel about this?
I uh I get the feeling that it's true. You know how toxic the internet can be. It's like they can be really, really vicious. So I can imagine it's true to a certain degree, but you chose to be a celebrity, a controversial one at that. You chose to be a person of color when you're not supposed to be in that role. So you're gonna have to expect some backlash out of it. It's like it comes with the territory,
Mhm,
especially with what you know what you're doing. It's like there wasn't supposed to be elves with dark skinned elves in that universe, and yet you chose to do it anyway. So you're gonna expect some backlash. You're gonna have to deal with it. So you don't gaslight the already dwindled fan base even more. You just have to cope with it. You just shut up, keep it to yourself. You don't oh, these people are so racist. I have to go to therapy. Nobody cares. No, it's like it comes with it. It comes with being. I'm sure Hal Bailey got a lot of backlash. I'm sure she gets daily backlash from. Yet you don't
Mhm.
hear her. Well, at least not as much. You don't. She doesn't try to get sympathy or pity out of it. She just deals with it. Like it comes with being a celebrity. You have to deal with it. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but that's my take on
Yeah,
it.
absolutely. Let's see. The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power star Ismael Cruz Cordova is opening up about the cast and crew's mental health. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit while shooting the Amazon Prime Video series. During an appearance on this week's Just for Variety podcast, the actor tells me that an onset therapist was on hand to offer help after the show received racist backlash against its inclusive and diverse casting. Quote, you need to support when this happens because the voices are so loud and they're coming at you from so many places, Cordova says. Cordova, who was shooting season 2 in UK when we spoke, says that the therapist's presence alone was beneficial. Quote, I loved seeing her face there. Even if we didn't speak, I knew there was someone there seeing me completely. It wasn't just as an actor. Oh my God, man. Oh shit. Oh, so so this is from season 2. But the
Yeah,
thing is that if it was good, I don't think people would complain as much, right? No matter what, you're always gonna get people who are like, "This is not, this is not like canon. This is not like this is not how it was in the books. This is not how what Tolkien would have done." You're gonna get people who are gonna be like that, but you've got to grow a thicker skin. You're
yeah,
it comes with the territory of you being an actor, like you said.
yeah,
I don't know. He's like a
yeah,
snowflake,
yeah, yeah,
man.
yeah. Being an actor is one, but the multiplier gets incredibly exponential if you intentionally chose to be controversial. It's
Mhm,
like imagine if they made Geralt black. That actor is gonna get a shit ton of backlash just by
mhm.
simply being that. Like you know what you're getting into. You know what you're doing. You know that it's gonna rattle a lot of people's. It's gonna agitate and upset a lot of people. So you have to deal with it. If not, then stop playing the role. Then get out. Get out of the get a more back office work or stay out of a more public job. And if you really can't keep them, but don't go complaining and gaslighting people for being everyone is a racist because of what you're going through. You're being paid to do what you're doing, and you know what you got into. So no,
Yep.
don't stop complaining.
Therapist was brought on board when production resumed shooting after pausing during its pandemic. Pausing during the pandemic. Cordova's character Erondir is the first person of color to play an elf on screen in the Lord of the Rings universe. It hurt, Cordova says of the backlash. It had a psychological and mental health impact. That's something that I'm very, very open about, so that people understand that what they do and say online really hurts people, really has an impact. He sounds like a little bitch. I'm just gonna call like I see it, man. He sounds like he's like a whiny little bitch. I'm like, dude, if it's too hot for you, get out of the fucking kitchen.
Yeah,
Stop complaining. You
yeah,
know, just grow some balls. And just like who cares? Fucking get off of Twitter.
yeah,
I don't know, man. Uh, it wasn't just attacks on social media. My phone got hacked, Cordova recalls. I had a bank account attempts of being hacked. My PayPal got hacked. My friends got messages. I got death threats. I got things mailed to me. People found out my address. It was a lot of that. But then he says with a big smile, we'll steer here. Cordova has also been open about how badly he wanted to be on the show. So much so that when he wasn't originally cast, he convinced the producers reconsider. I grew up with that rejection all around me, and that's something that's driven me. I was not going to take no for an answer because I knew what this role would entail. I knew what it would do in the scope of fantasy. I knew that I wanted to be a part of something historic, especially with the elves. The elves have been historically portrayed as white And Arian, I wanted to be an elf. I was a mountain boy who grew up in Puerto Rico. I was in love with nature and I knew it would change. So he knew.
He knows. I was about to say, like, okay, at this point, we know that you're just an attention grabber. You just need more attention. That's
Mm,
basically what you're saying. You already know what you're doing, so yeah. So stop complaining. But yeah, this guy's he just wants attention. He just wants people to talk about Rings of Power again, be it good or bad. Any
yeah.
publicity, I suppose.
Yep. Let's go read one more paragraph. After starring in the Lord of the Rings universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe may also be in Cordova's future. He says Marvel Studios have reached out to him about different projects. I have very good relationship with the Marvel casting directors. Most recently, he says that he was running to play Adam Warlock in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, but the role went to Will Poulter. Thank God.
Yeah, yeah.
I really wanted that one, but Will Poulter looks amazing doing it, so I'm not mad. But that one was hard, was a hard one because I loved that whole storyline. Well,
Yeah,
we're probably gonna see him in more projects, and if you don't like it,
yeah,
you're a racist.
yeah. Here's a hot tip. Maybe he would be good in Lord of the Rings Gollum.
He should probably play Gollum.
Yeah. He- or he could be an elf there. Then he's the one who grabs Gollum.
Yep, true. Let's see. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Let's see. Let's read some questions. Did you guys watch Garbage Fast X yet? No, I haven't. I heard it's
No.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's you already going there. You already know what to expect.
Yeah.
No, I like the way Charlie describes it. Like the Don jeans is everywhere in the world. Because like Jason Momoa is like somehow family related to him again. So it's like
Yeah.
it's always the bad guy's always related to Don for some reason.
Yeah.
So the Don jeans are everywhere.
It's always about family.
Yeah.
Let's see. Lost Tale says it's 2013. You can grow. You can grow balls now. True. True. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Let's see. You see. Mermaid Messiah said, "Where are the Valor when you need them?" They're never here. They're never here. Let's see. Yeah, he's part of something historical. Historical failure. Yep. See, I want to see let's see, Grae compare it to Smokey and the Bandit. Is it Grae or Grave? I'm pretty sure it's Grae. Maybe you.
What's
Yeah.
Smokey and the Bandit? Is that are those movies?
Yeah. What is that? Because I'm pretty dumb too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Like, if we're being real, the recent films of Fast and Furious is basically a dramatic anime genre, right? It's so wild. Like the fact that like they're going to space and like their cars are flying out and they can land and no problem. Everyone survives. It's wild. It's wild. All right, let's go ahead and get into last couple of topics here. I do want to talk about this one. So, Gray, do you know who Louis CK is?
No, I was the one in my mind is the guy who wrote Lion, Witch, and Wardrobe, but I don't think that's him.
No. So Louis CK, I believe he's a comedian that got canceled because because and he's also a writer and a director and stuff like that. But like I believe he whipped out his dick and talked about some things, and basically everyone during the whole
Oh,
Harvey
oh,
Weinstein guy, he was one of the people that got canceled.
is that the guy who? Oh, wait, maybe not. I was thinking maybe no, that's someone else. I was thinking about a tweet or something retweeted by My Dirty Home, the guy who pissed on Donald Trump's Hollywood star. Yeah, never mind.
No, that is George Lopez.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
George
missed it.
Lopez.
Yeah, never mind. No, I don't know.
Okay, so let's go ahead and read this really quick. People says it's a 70s car movie, and then it's a just JK said you've never seen Smokey and the Bandit. Oh, people are getting mad. People, we gotta
Yeah.
watch it now. People are getting mad. It says at Project Eggroll, this is from Alec Baldwin. Smokey and the Bandit, Burt Reynolds, and the Pontiac Trans Am. I think I heard about it. I've just never seen it. With Burt Reynolds. Yeah. Let's see. Right here. Yeah. Javier says a Louis C.K. comedian who got Me Too some years back. Yeah. So if you didn't know, there was supposed to Louis C.K. was in charge. His animation company was supposed to be in charge of a Deadpool animation. Like it was super violent and everything, and it was supposed to be airing on FX or something, but it got canceled because it was a part of Louis C.K. I believe Donald Glover was supposed to voice he was supposed to voice Deadpool, but it got canceled.
Oh.
So a lot of people
Oh.
got let go from that. So he's a comedian. So he came out and on recently on Twitter and said this. It's not really anything to do with comedy, but this is what he said. And it makes me like him even more. No jokes on this one. So scroll on past if that's what you are looking or what you're looking for. Here is an honest take on the whole non-binary trans thing. I truly believe that most people have this exact same take, left or right. One, no one cares who or what you want to be if you are an adult. Children must wait until they're 18 to make any gender decisions, just like getting a tattoo. We need a different word for non binary. I was watching Disney Plus with my kid, and a girl was calling a whale a they. That literally has always meant there is more than one whale. It's plural. I'm fine with not choosing, but make it not confusing. I agree with that. I actually mentioned that before. Another one is go to the bathroom. Go to the bathroom your biological body was made for. Example: urinals are made for penises. Play the sport your biological body was made for. It's science that men are, on average, born bigger and stronger. You can be female in the social life if you like. Drag, reading, and trans info can be available if parents would like to have their kids go there, but it can't be forced on anyone. What do you agree with this, Grae? Right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's what's it called again? Yeah, it's I agree with this actually. Like I have no issues with trans people. I have trans like I said before, I have trans friends. I have people
Mm.
friends who are part of the LGBT community. But as long as you don't force it on the kids, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
Right? Uh but the thing is, it's it's not I think this is like a start of like what they're trying to do, right? I think that they're trying to go crazy and like cancel anyone who disagrees with them, trying to cancel anyone who's on even just opposing, right? Let's say if you agree with everything they said, other than the fact that we shouldn't show this to kids, they're just, oh, then you're against us, right? There is no middle ground here. To
Yeah.
them, is if you're not with us, you are against us. And
Yep.
I agree with everything that he said, right? And this is from Grounding the Comics. Kickstarter goes full Bud Light suspense campaign pushing back against transgender ideology, right? So you even have Kickstarter now. That's why a lot of people say do not use Kickstarter because Kickstarter's is run by leftists. You got to use Gibbs and Go, right? Gibbs and Go is the company is the one that you want to use for that. Is because right if you're trying to kickstart a book, they're gonna pull this down. I remember the truckers, they're trying to just boycott the what's it called again, the vaccine mandates here in the US. So and even people in Canada and stuff like that. And then I think Kickstarter, or not Kickstarter, but uh like companies won't allow that because you're not, you're not for whatever they believe in, right? And it goes so crazy that I'm pretty sure you already heard of this. This was this week. Target loses $9 billion in the week following boycott calls over LGBTQ friendly kids clothing. Were you up to date on this?
Yeah. I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was surprised that people were willing to go to boycott Target. I mean, Bud Light I understand because it's easy to do, but Target that's an entirely different ballgame because Target is something you would go to for your needs for your groceries. So yeah,
Mhm. Yeah.
salute.
It's yeah, like I 100% agree with you because Bud Light is like an alcohol. Okay, I don't need I
Yeah.
can find another alcohol, but like if it's
Mhm.
like a convenience store, and how about
Mhm.
if Target it's the only convenience store in your area? Right?
Yeah.
Are you not going to shop there? What happened? The thing is that a lot of these companies are intertwined and woven into the ESG stuff, right? So What happens if we don't go to Target? Okay, we'll go to Walmart. What happens if Walmart does it? Oh, then I'm just gonna go on Amazon. Well, Amazon has that shit too. Are you gonna boycott everything and you're just not gonna go to anything anymore? Right? It's so it's so crazy, right? So I think as long as we can just voice our concerns, it's like, hey, I don't like this. Can you not show this? Right? And the fact that it's for kids, right? So if you go down, Target has already lost $9 million value since the angry social media users called for a boycott in of the Minneapolis-based retailer over its rollout of the Pride collection featuring LGBTQ friendly clothing for children. And the fact that they did it like I think like 2 weeks ago when it started, right? So if you actually go down to it, like this is for little kids. It's for like 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? Tuck friendly construction, extra crotch coverage, and they also have chest binders for little girls, right? If this was all adult stuff, like okay, it's all for adults only, a price stuff for adults and stuff like that, and like like a trans stuff for adults, that's fine. And I don't think no one would have batted an eye. And the fact that you are showing it to kids, right? So this is like a teenager over here. It's wild. And look, I'm not a big fan of Matt Walsh, but I do agree with him. He said that try to, if you can, try to boycott Target. And they have heard the news and that the fact that they lost $9 million, not 9 million, $9 billion. And you already hear some people are like removing. I hear that like some Targets are removing their stuff, pushing their stuff to the back. There's some like you can't even buy some of the stuff online anymore, which is great because it's working. Right, the boycotts are working, right? But it appears that Anheuser-Busch, because it started with the whole Dylan Mulvaney stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it feels like Anheuser-Busch has not learned their lesson, right? Now this is from Business from Newsweek. Anheuser-Busch bombarded by backlash after Harley-Davidson partnership. I think it just goes to show that if you drink Bud Light, people are gonna think you're gay, right? And now if you ride a Harley Davidson, people are gonna think that you're a gay bike rider. It sucks that like there are people who have Harleys. Now they're just associated with it because of bad press, right? Because even Bud Light tried to release a camouflage Bud Light can for veterans. And it's like just to make sure that like we want to get back our audience. We try, and I'm pretty sure, especially this weekend, which is here in Memorial Day weekend,
Mhm.
it's a beer holiday. People drink beer
Yeah.
during these type of holidays. And now
Yeah.
are they not gonna drink beer anymore? Like, especially from Bud Light?
Yeah. That'll
I don't
be
know.
interesting to see the data, the sales data for Memorial Day for Bud Light.
Yeah. You see, beer brewer Anheuser-Busch is facing backlash on social media after Budweiser's new partnership with Harley-Davidson was revealed. Last week, new Budweiser cans were unveiled, which feature logos from the beer brand and Harley-Davidson to commemorate the motorcycle manufacturer's 120th anniversary. The designs are inspired by the original hand-drawn blueprints from each of the brands, according to the beverage industry. See, like, and it's funny is because South Park already they sort of made fun of Harley Davidson people already. They call because they call them the bundles of stick. I can't say that word, right? The bundles of
Mhm.
sticks. And they're saying that the reason why they call them that is because like when they're riding their motorcycle, they're so loud. They're like, it's like,
Yeah.
and then they
Yeah.
do that to get attention. And it's like, look,
Yeah.
everyone's looking at us. And then it's funny is because like they call them like bike curious. but but yeah. And this all stems from this all started from Dylan Mulvaney last month, and it's been more than a month already, right? So I'm not sure if the chat has already seen this. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play this. Grae, have you seen? I'm not sure if you've seen this, but this is what
Probably
happens.
not.
So
Probably not.
this is a YouTube short.
So many options.
Oh wait, maybe I did. Yeah. Yeah. I did.
Yeah, I don't really let the politics affect me. I've been drinking it my whole life. It hasn't changed me, so.
That makes sense.
So I know that's probably a skit, But that's what I'm pretty sure that's what everyone feels. It's like now it's your and the fact that they haven't apologized and it's gonna be like 2 months in a couple of days.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure what it's gonna be is Bud Light is gonna be considered a brand for a niche for the people that are part of the LGBTQ community, and it's a beer for them because I don't think they're ever gonna apologize or anything like that.
But
So I think that
I-
it's yeah. Go ahead.
but the thing is, but even them, right, are starting to boycott. It's like, because you're not standing up to Dylan Mulvaney, so and we're gonna boycott you too. So who do they have left if that's the case?
Yeah. And here's the last thing I want to talk about in regards to that. Bud Light boycott already cost Anheuser-Busch $15.7 billion. So according to if you're looking at this chart, all the money that they have made this year, they lost it in a month and a half.
Yikes.
So all the gains they have gotten, it's insane. And this goes to show voting with your wallet is great. Voting with your money it works. Boycott does work, right? Especially when it comes out to kids. I think everyone agrees, right? And you don't have to be like a staunch, like conservative, like Republican, like crazy, like right wing people, right? This also goes for people who are like more in the middle, and even people who are like more just traditional liberals. Imagine if so back in the day, I would consider myself Democrat, liberal Democrat. It's because of who I am. I was poor. I didn't know any better. I was young, and I lived in California. And I always thought the rich people were bad people, is because they're the Republicans, and they don't give money to me because I want money. And I'm a poor piece of shit. That was me when I was fucking young. So I thought about that. Let's say if I had a son or a daughter, and we go to Target, or I see Dylan Mulvaney in a commercial, and she's talking about he's talking about trans and queer and gay, lesbian, and maybe my son is like 5 or 4. I don't want to have that conversation with him.
Yep.
And I know everyone feels like that. It's like, God, it's like, Daddy, what's gay?
Yep.
I have to have the conversation now. It's like, oh, I'll tell you when you're older. And then now it piques their interest. Now that is going to remain in their brain. Every kid has like access to online, so they're just going to search for it,
Search for it. Yeah.
right? So there's going to be and if you do tell them, being, for let's say the church people who are extremely religious, right? People are like, being gay is wrong. God did not intend it for it this way,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And then
Yep.
they go to school, and then their parents, their friends' parents are like, my dad is gay, and then your son is like, well, my dad says that being gay is wrong, and you're going to hell. That kid's gonna get fucking suspended, right? It's like that's why we don't want this to be sort of marketed towards kids, is because it's they should learn this when they're older.
Yeah, it kind of damages their lives for sure. They're psychologically, they'll be made fun out of in school. Yeah, a lot of implications.
Yeah, it's definitely sad. And now that I have a kid, it's like, I'm, like people are like, oh, so is Ollie gonna be going to school? I'm like, yeah, he's gonna get homeschooled. And my sister's like, it's gonna be expensive. I'm like, I know, but I don't want them to go to school. And it's basically, especially here in the US, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure around the world it's similar, that a lot of parents want their kids to go to public schools because it's free daycare. They don't want to spend time with their kids, right? And then they'd rather make money and just making sure that they make money and their kids go to school. And that's why even you see in the commercials and stuff like that, it's like, oh, back to school, and the parents are super fucking happy, is because now I don't need to take care of my kids. School take care of my kid. And then of course all of these school people that are teachers, they teach these woke nonsense, and I can't have that. I'm not. I'll be damned if that shit's gonna happen, right? So it's I think voting with your wallet definitely helps. And that's why we need to, if something like this is bothering us, we need to say it. and we need to somehow make like counter culture. Like
Yeah.
even stuff like what we're doing, maybe it's very, very like a small drop in the fucking ocean. Whatever we can do to help to like push out these things that are just, hey, we're cool with drag shows, LGBTQ stuff. We don't care. No kids, right? That's why in Florida, when Governor Ron DeSantis said, um, we're banning any drag shows and any like book time drag show stuff that has kids. We're banning all of them. Like, you cannot have it. And it's funny because a lot of the drag shows all of a sudden canceled. Is because they were including kids. It was kid friendly, which drag is not. But yeah.
Mhm.
But I know this is more of a topic here, but do you, like I mentioned to you, like how do you feel like outside looking into like what wild and crazy madness is happening here in the States?
Yeah, it's like it's something that we don't have to deal with because we don't really it's not much of a big deal, especially here in the Philippines. Like we are an incredibly Roman Catholic centric country. It's like it's too deep rooted for any of that kind of thing to emerge. It'll get
Mhm,
stomped out the moment it flicks. It's like pack. It's like you get the bishops, the priests calling it out, and everybody follows. So it's like it's never gonna happen. Yes, there are
mhm,
people in the LGBTQ community, but they just keep quiet. They just want to live their lives. They don't advocate that, oh, we should instill these values to kids. No. They just want to be left alone. They just want to live their lives because they know that they're being belittled upon. The highly religious people, like they throw in Bible quotes that there's only two genders, the male and the female.
mhm,
They know. They just so it's kind of, maybe it's like we perceive it to be maybe maybe even baffling is the right word, that it's allowed to get to fester or to get it to go that far, that it would go after kids that aggressively. That's
mhm.
probably how we perceive it.
Yeah. I think our my thing was, look, like I had like gay friends like when I was in like fucking like I knew they were gay when I was like in 6th grade, like 7th grade. Like I already knew they were gay. Like I'm like same thing, and this is same goes with religion for me. I don't care what you believe in. As long as you don't shove that shit in my face, we're good. But it feels like they want to shove it in your face. Like religion
Yeah.
isn't like that anymore. Like I still get some Mormon people hitting me up, and people for Scientology, but like for the LGBTQ stuff, like a lot of the people who are like insane, like they want to push this shit down people's throat, right? And if you are not with them, then you're intolerant. But the thing is that you have to tolerate my tolerance though. And like, and I said this before, it is not our responsibility to cater to what you believe in, right? You cannot push that shit onto us. But yeah, let's go ahead and read some of these comments. Let's see. Just JK said, yeah, they'll never apologize. I don't think they will.
Yeah, they
I
won't.
don't
They
think
won't.
Bud Light will ever apologize. They're already too deep. It's like, dude, you had
Yeah,
if they would apologize, it would have been like 2
yeah,
weeks later.
yeah.
But
And
it's
the CEO,
almost 2 months now.
the CEO already came out, right? It's like it was just one can. It was, then yeah, it was completely out of touch about it. So they're not. It's not gonna happen.
Yep. So Roland News said, never liked Bud, and now I have even more reason not to. Taste like piss. Yeah. The first time I drank Budweiser, holy crap, that thing is awful. Let's see. Alec Baldwin's finger. Instead of my buddies, I am calling and I calling each other the F slur. We now joke that we will buy each other a Bud Light. Oh man, dude, that's like the ultimate like, hey man, like back in the day we used to like, oh man, that shit's gay. As a thing saying that's lame. But we can't say that now is because, ooh, that's offensive. It's sort of like back in the day, it was like, oh yeah, Justin Bieber is gay, man. He's super gay. And then it's like, well, how dare you? Because that's an insult to Freddie Mercury and something like that. So it's like, well, it's like everyone's becoming so like politically correct. And it's everyone's so
Mhm.
like scared of being canceled. And like you can't just even
Yep.
joke anymore.
Yep.
Sad. Let's see, Mermaid Messiah. I only drink whiskey bourbon with Pepsi. or fancy vodka cocktails if I'm out to dinner. I hate beer and wine. All tastes like bad, but doesn't get the job done. Yep, you just want to get the cocktails. Let's see. Roland New said a solo lost money. Raylos are weird. Yeah, yes. I fell asleep watching Han Solo like twice. Like I had to force myself awake, and I
Yeah,
found out that like
I never even bothered. I never even tried to open it.
and they,
I
and,
never.
and they freaking brought back Darth Maul. Like the fuck? Like how is he alive? You know, like look, I can get like what's it called again? Boba Fett was so strong and so cool that he survived the Sarlacc pit, but like fucking he got chopped, sliced in half, fell,
Yeah.
and I don't know.
At this point, they should just follow Asbon Goat's idea. They should make Darth Jar Jar. For
Yep,
somehow,
just do
yeah,
I will actually play that. If I play that game or watch that movie, I'd actually do it. Like I just want to.
Yeah.
I just want to see it. See, Alec Baldwin's finger. Most people start out as default liberal until they start using some brain cells. Yep, that's how I was before. I thought I was a Democrat, and then I'm like, wait, what? And then I'm like, wait, I don't believe in this. And it's especially when I started making more money, like when I got into my career, I'm like, okay, I'm making a little bit more money now. Wait, what? Like, what the fuck is happening? And it's like, what communism, socialism? Wait, why do I have to pay taxes? Why do I have to do this? You know, like, and then California is doing that. They're trying to do this thing again, and it failed again, which we're trying to put out like reparations. And it's like, are you serious? You know, California was never a slave state. It's wild, man. Let's see. Mermaid Messiah. Thank God, no kids for me. Bless you, Phil. Somebody has to. Yeah. Let's see. That would be the most based for kids. Yeah, for based kid for real. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think homeschooling your kids is the way to go. Yeah, homeschool is the only way to be in your option. Yeah. Sorry, your opinion. My kid won't have a phone until they're 12 at least. They'll have gaming like I did. The kids these days needs Modern Warfare 2 lobbies. Yo, great. Did you ever play Modern Warfare 2?
I've never played online, but I heard the chat is vicious. I
Oh
heard
yeah.
the chat is
I
insane.
So I played a little bit, but I remember my wife, she told me that she was in a Modern Warfare lobby one
Lobby.
time. Yeah. And she was playing, and then it's like, "Oh my god, you suck so much. You fucking suck. Get off. Get off." And so she starts talking. And he's like, "Oh my god, you're a girl. You're a girl." And it's like it's these like 5-year-olds who are like yelling at you. You're like, "Oh." It's so funny. Oh shit. Let's see. If I had kids, it would be homeschooling them. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, homeschooling is the way, 100%. Javier, one of my former clients, a young Mexican Catholic mom from LA, sends her son to a Catholic school with mixed classical learning and homeschooling. Yeah, like I'm okay with Catholic school, but I need to like vet them, right? Because you always hear like, oh, the Catholic priests and stuff like that with them, doing stuff to little kids. Like I have to like make sure that shit doesn't happen. He's graduating my Catholic school in 8th grade, most artistic, and the boy was Filipino. Jan Fune. I just remember they had to try just as hard as other white or black kids. Yep, true. Oh god, this will never stop, huh? This will always come back. Phil loves drag queen butts though. That one time, chat. One time. Possibly 2 times, but that one time. See, Grae, they're pushing gender ideology now in public schools with the recent memorandum on trans students here in the
Yeah.
Philippines.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
That's
man.
still for me, the church influence still it's super, super strong here. It's still a lot of influential politicians, wealthy people especially. They're not gonna allow it to fester. At least that's how I see it for now. I could change my mind in the future, but as of now, it's still the Roman Catholic belief is still strong in the country.
Mm-mm.
It's still the dominant factor in the country.
Yeah, U.S. government is pouring funds to spread the gender ideology abortion disco here in the Philippines too. The U.S. government always weaseling their stuff, man. How is it? That sucks, man. How do you feel about that, Greg?
Abortion, that's a different topic entirely. I used to have a
Mm.
fixed stance on abortions, like it shouldn't happen, but now it's
Mm.
like it's not as simple as that. It's like it really really depends on the situation. So
Mhm.
it's it's a slippery slope to discuss. But for me, right now, before I would say that I'm anti-abortion, it's like it shouldn't happen. But right now, it's like it depends. It's like it will only okay for very, 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 very peculiar situations. And that's how I would frame it right now.
Yeah, like for me, it's like rape and incest. You can get an abortion,
Yeah, yeah,
but the thing
stuff like
is,
that.
if like for me, like if you wait like 3 months and you still haven't gotten it, like, well, dude, what the fuck are you thinking? In my opinion, but
Yeah,
my body, my choice, so I can't have a say in that shit, right?
yeah,
But you should know by 3 months whether or not you want the kid.
yeah,
3 months is a fucking long time. Okay, like look, like for me, it's yeah, like if you want it, go get it. But like fucking, you have states like fucking California and Colorado, you can have an abortion at fucking 40, 40 weeks. Literally the day the baby is born, you can still abort it, which is fucking stupid.
yeah.
It's so fucking retarded. Let's see. Let's see. Darth Maul, true. Darth Jar Jar. Let's see. Danny Tate said, "It's a shame that Anheuser-Busch has fallen so far. I'm from St. Louis, and we have hometown beer before it was sold to InBev. Yeah, it's like Bush beer or something like that, right? Let's see. Started out as a dem and then ask why you're being robbed. Yep, it sucks. It definitely sucks. Especially here in California. Oh my god, did you know that reps in San Francisco would cost Asians 500K per household just in taxes? Really? 500K? What makes sense is San Francisco. San Francisco is a shit show. Maul was fine in Clone Wars and Rebels, but they oversaturated him in the same way they're doing Ahsoka. Yeah, Ahsoka's everywhere now,
Yeah.
right? And having Ahsoka
Uh,
TV
Yeah,
show.
yeah. Disney's just grasping on. Okay, people like Ahsoka. Let's keep pushing this. So eventually, people Ahsoka's gonna be. It wouldn't surprise me if people don't like Ahsoka anymore. They're gonna screw up the show somewhere along the way, kind of like Mandalorian.
Yeah. I only play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Yo, Jonah Hex, what's going on? I've never played it. I've never played it. Let's see. Yeah, make sure they'll beat the kids with the meter stick, kind of Catholics, not the molesters. Yeah, like even like what's it called? My mother-in-law, like when Ollie, like when my son started using his left hand more often, my mother-in-law like, Philip, make sure Ollie doesn't do that. You have to use the right hand, not the left hand, because the right hand is the right hand, the left hand is the wrong hand, right? And you know they used to slap your hand, right, in Catholic school if you use your left hand, right? Because the left hand is supposed to be like the sign of the devil or some shit. But yeah,
Mm,
I rather I rather like have like meter stick slappage
yeah, yeah,
versus
yeah,
like
for sure.
molestation. Let's see. Let's see. Roland said, right. I really gotta vet a Catholic school. My family has been affected by said priest. Not sure if I'd ever send a kid there when I have one. Yeah, definitely vet them. Like even like homeschooling, like nanny stuff. Like I have to vet them like super hard. Let's see. I say there have been surgeries on a 3-month-old fetus in the womb, so that if that doesn't qualify as a baby, then what does? Right? Like for me, like if you have to vote like either for or against, there's no in between. It's either
Yeah,
ban it or don't ban it. I rather I rather not ban it if it's like black and white. But it's so hard, right? It's such a like hard situation. But like for me, like a lot of these states, like I think a lot of people started freaking out when Greg Abbott was like, "Oh, 12 weeks, then if you don't get it in 12 weeks, then it's considered a crime." But then you can fly to a different state and get it there.
mhm,
Same thing with child sex change surgery, right? It's illegal in a lot of places, but then if you fly to California, you can get it. It's like it's like it's so stupid, right? Like it's such a crazy topic to talk about. It's because it's not that simple.
yeah.
You see, Matthew Rives. It's a podcast run by Asians. Yo, what's going on, dude? Hope you're doing
Hello.
well. Let's see. Groomers are possibly in all schools. Sadly, vetting should be a habit. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think what what really highlighted it was during COVID. I think everyone started getting homeschooled. I think everyone started
Yeah,
to see the teachers and stuff, right, Grae?
yeah, yep.
It's just like, what are you saying? Like, are you saying like I remember I had a neighbor. He moved to Missouri, and like we were buying a grill from him, and then I'm not sure if I mentioned this before. Um, and I was like, oh, so you guys are moving to Missouri? Why? Is because we have family there, and he's like, I'm tired of all the sick politics in schools and the woke shit that's been happening. It's like it's happening in schools. Like, yep. And so he's a white guy, and then he was in class. His 8-year-old son was in class, and the teacher says, "Oh, did you know that the reason why all of this shit's happening is because of white people?"
God, insane.
Right? So then the dad heard over Zoom because over Zoom class. So he heard, and he's like, "What the fuck?" So he grabbed the laptop and turned it to him. He's like, "No, no, no, you're not gonna spout that shit. You're gonna talk to me now. What did you say?" And he's like, "Oh, we're just trying to go over history." He's like, "You're teaching my son the history because history is based on facts that white people are at fault why America is bad right now."
Yeah,
And he's like, it's like, all right. And then, and basically what happens, he talked to the principal and said that I'm pulling my kid out. That's it.
yeah,
It's done.
Yeah.
And we need more of that. And that's why I believe in school choice, right? When it comes down to like sending your kids to public school. If you want your kids to go to a nicer school, send them to a nicer school. I don't think you shouldn't be stuck just because you live in a bad location, right? Let's say if I'm financially unstable and I'm living in a shitty area, but I have the funds to send my kids to a better school. Why can't I do that? Oh, then you'll drive a lot of the revenue away from that school. So because that school fucking sucks. Why can't I do it?
Yeah.
Right. And that's why one of Donald Trump's thing he said is school first. I'm like, yes, I agree with that. That wasn't the first reason why I voted for him in 2020. Right. I didn't vote for him in 2016 because I was like, oh, what the fuck? I'm not gonna vote for him. But the
Yeah.
first reason I voted for him was because of guns.
It's actually made more apparel now. He has when I watched that CNN interview, the way he answered, the way he actually did a really, really good job.
Oh yeah, oh God, you're a nasty person. I love that when he said it to her.
Yeah, even at the end, like she was asking, it's like, what's your stance on the Ukrainian Russian situation?
Yeah.
Like, I just want peace. Like, that's the best answer you can give. Like, why would
You want people to stop dying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Why would you choose a side to make it way worse, calling Putin a war? He cannot say that as a person of extreme influence.
Mhm.
It'll just make it worse. Like CNN is kind of insane in that part.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go and read a couple more comments. Let's see. Yep, indeed, it's a podcast run by Asians. It's an ectopic and rape as a woman after a couple months with no test. Yeah, you're mentally ill. Yeah, it's like like I was talking to my wife because like she was like really pro-abortion before. Now she's like, after 3 months, like she agrees with me. It's like after 3 months, like you can't get it. Like, sorry, like you should know by then. You missed your period 3 times.
Like if you didn't really deep dive into the topic, it's easy to conclude like it's okay or it's not okay. But you realize if you go deeper, it's like it's really, really dependent on the situation. It's not an easy topic to talk about because like it's really depending on the scenario, on the situation.
Yeah. Like for me, yeah, like here's the thing. Another thing is I'm not sure if ectopic means the same thing, but let's say if the mom is going to die, and in order for the mom to survive, it has to be an abortion. Then like fuck, that's a fucked up situation, but like you cannot save the baby. It's like no. It's one or the other, right? And then that should be up to the mother to decide, of course. But if it's like an abortion in that case, then it's like nothing I can do about it. It's a fucked up situation.
Yeah.
Let's see. It should maybe easier to have the baby put up for adoption, pay all medical bills and costs, and help the mother with finances. I think so. I think it should. I think adoption should be way easier to adopt kids, right? But of course you have to go through all the background and stuff like that. like all necessary people. You are like saying you're financially stable, you will take care of the kids, but it shouldn't take like fucking 3 to 4 years to adopt a kid. Is because it's fucking affirmative action. It's like, oh, are you gay? Oh, are you a person of color? You get kids first. Or you're adopting. Like it's like it cannot be like that, right? There are good parents out there who wants kids who can't have kids. I have a lot of friends who can't have kids because of their age. They're a lot older, or they just can't. It's because it just doesn't work for them, and it costs us so much money. I believe like it costs us like over like $30,000 or $40,000 just to get like a surrogate. Like it's so expensive. Let's see. I'll teach all the kids gun safety for you. Yeah, we should do that. I think it's part of if it's a part of our Second Amendment, kids should know how to use it so they're not afraid of it. See, I agree with what Grae said. Abortion should be a specific niche, but it has become a norm. Millennials today are being taught that you can have sex without consequences. Yep, they're basically using abortion as contraception. It sucks. Yeah, I'm German and Italian, so that makes me racist. Oh, oh shit, bro! When I see old videos of what you used to be taught in school, it all bring me all back to that. Yeah, like everyone in the
Yeah.
70s used to be like super fit.
Yeah, it's like it feels like we took it for granted now that looking at it the lens today. We took it for granted.
Yep. Let's see. Kuna Matata, what a wonderful phrase. Is our bottom free? Yep. Free surrogacies. Yeah, surrogacies are super fucking expensive. Yep. Racist now. Big racist boy. Sorry, I read that already. Let's see. If your mother's life is at risk, that is already legal in all states. It's not called an abortion. Yeah, exactly. Right. So that I'm fine if that it's not called an abortion. It's because you have to save the mother. But like I hear places, I forgot where it was, is like, oh yeah, so you can still get an abortion at like 39 months. Not 39 months, 39 weeks. And then we'll have the baby come out, and then we'll make sure the baby is comfortable and safe, and we'll decide what to do with the baby. It's like, are you serious? It's like, you're crazy, man. Like, why don't you just drop the baby off at a fire station, and the fire station people will bring it to an adoption agency? That's still a thing, right? Yeah, when it comes to a death of the mother, that's fucked up and completely different situation. Agreed. Yep. Let's see. The kids used to be taught gun safeties in schools until the 60s. No mass shootings at all until the more modern days. Yep. I think it's like 60s or 70s, but you're right. All right. I think we're all caught up with comments. I'm sorry if we missed it, but we are 4 hours. This is probably the longest we've gone.
Yeah.
Probably the longest we've gone.
Yeah.
But thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. If you guys haven't already done so, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. You'll know when we go live. We do go live every Saturday at 7 Pacific time. And go ahead and share and stuff like that. We are almost at 2,000 subscribers. Almost, I believe we're at 3,000 watch hours now, and we're gonna hit 4,000 sooner or later. So if for anyone who actually wants to like super chat, we really appreciate it, and we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, sooner or later.
All right, Grae. Anything you're up to? You're playing games, and I know you're doing some Strangers of Paradise stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Finally, after saying it for 2 months, Stranger Paradise video is up. So it's there. So if you can follow, my socials are below in the description. So my next game will probably be it's either Near Replicant or 13 Sentinels. It's one or the others. So it's either which one of them goes first and the others next. But those are what I have in the pipeline. Yeah, so I do JRPGs in my Twitch and in my YouTube. So yeah, if you're into that, then do drop a follow or a sub.
All right, and you can follow me everywhere at Mr. Phillip Chan. I tend to use the same face. If not, it's probably me looking sad or upset. But they're all in the description below. And yeah, we will be back next weekend. So one more all right, we'll try to watch the trailer for Archive 81. We'll definitely try to that. And watch, yes, Smokey and the Bandit. Yes, we'll check that out as well. We'll at least try. But thank you everyone for hanging out this late. I know most of you guys are on the East Coast, so we thank you guys again.
Yeah,
hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We will put out some segments this week, so be a lookout for that if you guys didn't catch the entire thing, or you can just watch the to live stream again. That's it's 4 hours worth, so that's up to you guys. But thank you
Yeah.
once again. We'll be back next week, and hope you guys have a fantastic day or night wherever you guys may be. We'll see you guys next time.
Bye bye.